2018. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons. 2018. Vienna International Center, P.O. Box 501,400 Vienna, Austria. Tel, plus, 43, 1, 26,060 fax, plus, 43, 1, 26,060 5866, www.unedg.org. 15 years ago, the protocol to prevent, suppress and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children, supplementing the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, entered into force. The international community reaffirmed its political will and commitment to the international legal framework to combat trafficking in persons. In July 2010, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Global Plan of Action to combat trafficking in persons. The Global Plan reiterated the collective effort behind the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol and gave UNEDG the mandate to collect data and report biennially on trafficking in persons patterns and flows at the national, regional, and international levels. This edition of the Global Report on Trafficking in Persons is the fourth publication following this mandate. It covers 142 countries and provides a comprehensive analysis of the crime of trafficking in persons and how countries are responding to it. This and previous editions of the Global Report, as well as the booklet on trafficking in persons in the context of armed conflict, is also available at the report webpage, www.unedg.org/GLOTiP. ISBN 978-92-1-130361-2. Cover _GLOTiP 2018 _ all pages 17 December 2018 15:36 and 49 seconds. United Nations. New York, 2018. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons. 2018. United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Vienna. GLOTiP _2018 book.int 17 December 2018 19:49 and 4 seconds. This publication may be reproduced in whole or in part and in any form for educational or non-profit purposes without special permission from the copyright holder, provided acknowledgement of the source is made. Suggested citation, UNEDG, Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. United Nations Publication, Sales No. E.19.4.2. Comments on the report are welcome and can be sent to Crime Research Section, Research and Trend Analysis Branch, Division for Policy Analysis and Public Affairs, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. P.O. Box 500. 1400 Vienna, Austria. Email, globaltipreport@un.org. Tel, +43, 126,060. Fax, +43, 126,060 75,223. The content of this publication does not necessarily reflect the views or policies of UNEDG, member states or contributory organizations, and nor does it imply any endorsement. This document has not been formally edited. The designations employed and the presentation of material in this publication do not imply the expression of any opinion whatsoever on the part of the Secretariat of the United Nations concerning the legal status of any country, territory, city or area, or of its authorities, or concerning the delimitation of its frontiers or boundaries. Copyright symbol United Nations, December 2018. All rights reserved, worldwide. Title: Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Language: English. Sales No. E.19.4.2. ISBN 978-92-1-130361-2. EISBN 978-92-1-047552-5. Print ISSN 2411-8435. Online ISSN 2411-8443. GLOTiP_2018_book.inc to the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 4 seconds. 3. Preface. The Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018 puts the spotlight on human trafficking in armed conflict. Human trafficking is always a crime, committed with the intention to exploit, in conflict situations, characterized by violence, brutality and coercion. Traffickers can operate with even greater impunity. Trafficking in armed conflict has taken on horrific dimensions: child soldiers, forced labor, sexual slavery. The need to take urgent action against these violations has been recognized by the 2018 Nobel Peace Prize, awarded to Nadia Murad, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime Goodwill Ambassador for the Dignity of Survivors of Human Trafficking. Miss Murad, a young Yazidi woman who was enslaved and raped by ISIL terrorists after they destroyed her village and killed members of her family, is the first ever human trafficking victim to serve as a United Nations Goodwill Ambassador. She was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize along with Dr. Denis Mukwege for their efforts to end the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war and armed conflict. A well-deserved honor for her tireless efforts to tell her story and seek justice. Through her words and actions, Nadia reminds us that we must always listen to the people who have been harmed by the crimes we seek to stop, that their testimonies can inform and strengthen our responses, to improve prevention and protect victims. I urge all governments to heed Nadia's call. Traffickers the world over continue to target women and girls. The vast majority of detected victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation and 35% of those trafficked for forced labor are female. Conflict further exacerbates vulnerability ties with armed groups exploiting civilians and traffickers targeting forcibly displaced people. This year's global report indicates that the overall number of reported trafficking victims has increased. This might mean that more people are being trafficked, but also that national capacities to detect this crime and identify victims are improving in some countries. Increases in trafficking convictions have also been recorded in Asia, the Americas, Africa and the Middle East, broadly tracking the rise in the number of reported victims. While we are far from ending impunity, we have made headway in the 15 years since the Protocol Against Trafficking in Persons entered into force. Nearly every country now has legislation in place criminalizing human trafficking. The international community needs to accelerate progress to build capacities and cooperation, to stop human trafficking in conflict situations and in all our societies, where this terrible crime continues to operate in the shadows. Yuri Fedotov, Executive Director, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Acknowledgements. The Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018 was prepared by the UNODC Crime Research Section under the supervision of Jean-Luc Lemahieu, Director of the Division for Policy Analysis and Public Affairs, and Angela Mee, Chief of the Research and Trend Analysis Branch. Core Team: Christina Kangaspunter, Fabrizio Sirica, Raggi Johansen, Jesper Samson, Agatha Rabaska and Kelly Whelan. Graphic Design, Layout and Mapping: Suzanne Cunnin, Christina Kutnig and Fabian Rettenbacher. The Crime Research Section wishes to thank the section's past intern, Michelle Adele Bno, who made a solid contribution to this booklet. Review and comments. The Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018 benefited from the expertise and invaluable contributions of UNODC colleagues in the Human Trafficking and Migrant Smuggling Section, the Justice Section, and from the many colleagues at various UNODC field offices. A group of non-UNODC trafficking experts, Suze Hazeman, Claire Healy, Olatunde Oleimi and Rebecca Surtees, participated in the Global Report Scientific Advisory Committee. They provided guidance and support for production of this edition, including the booklet on trafficking in the context of armed conflict, and for that, we are grateful. We are also grateful to the International Organization for Migration for providing the text box on page 47. Cover drawing and artwork copyright symbol Yasser Rezahai, photo of artwork Fabian Rettenbacher. Infographics contain icons made by FreePic from www.flaticon.com. GLOTiP_2018_book.in for the 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 4 seconds. 5. Contents. Preface 3. Executive Summary 7. Policy Implications 13. Introduction 15. Chapter I Global Overview 21. More victims detected 21. More convictions globally, but still vast areas of impunity 23. Profile of the victims 25. Forms of exploitation 29. Profile of the offenders 35. Trafficking flows 41. Institutional response 45. Chapter 2 Regional Overviews 51. Western and Southern Europe 51. Central and Southeastern Europe 56. Eastern Europe and Central Asia 60. South Asia 64. East Asia and the Pacific 67. North and Central America and the Caribbean 70. South America 76. Sub-Saharan Africa 80. North Africa and the Middle East 85. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 5 the 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 4 seconds. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 6 the 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 4 seconds. 7. Executive Summary. Globally, countries are detecting and reporting more victims, and are convicting more traffickers. This can be the result of increased capacity to Identify victims and / or an increased number of trafficked victims. Countries have reported increased numbers of detected trafficking victims over the last few years. While the number of reporting countries did not significantly increase, the total number of victims per country did. The trend for the average number of detected and reported victims per country had previously fluctuated during the earlier years for which UNODC has collected this data, but it has been increasing steadily over the last few years. From a regional perspective, the increases in the numbers of detected victims have been more pronounced in the Americas and in Asia. These increases can be the result of enhanced national capacities to detect, record and report data on trafficking victims, or to a growth in the incidence of trafficking, that is, that more victims have been trafficked. Enhanced national capacity to detect victims could be achieved through strengthened institutional efforts to combat trafficking, including legislative reforms, coordination among national actors, special law enforcement capacities and improved victim protection efforts, to mention some. In countries with a long-standing anti-trafficking framework, with no major recent legislative or programmatic initiatives, more detections may be more likely to reflect an increased number of trafficked victims. Trends in the total number of detected trafficking victims, average number of detected victims per country and number of reporting countries, by year, 2003 to 2016. Source: UNODC elaboration of national data. Trends in the number of people convicted of trafficking in persons since 2007, globally and by region, 2007 to 2016. Source: UNODC elaboration of national data. 196, 168, 192, 215, 203, 163, 181, 150, 170, 179, 216, 198, 238, 254, 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, 30,000, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. Average number of detected victims per country. Reporting to UNODC. Total number of detected victims reported to UNODC. 39. Number of countries covered. Percentage of world population: 58, 68, 71, 62, 79, 85, 93, 81, 87, 80, 100, 104, 97, 23, 32, 36, 38, 40, 35, 39, 43, 35, 45, 44, 50, 51, 47. -10%. 21%. 30%, 67%, -50%, 0%, 50%, 100%, 150%, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. Europe and Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia and the Pacific, the Americas, Africa and the Middle East. Global. GLOTiP_2018_book.inb 17 December 2018 19:49 and 5 seconds. 8. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Over the last 10 years, the capacity of national authorities to track and assess patterns and flows of trafficking in persons has improved in many parts of the world. This is also due to a specific focus of the international community in developing standards for data collection. Capacity building in data collection has become one of the aspects of counter-trafficking activities that the international community considers for evidence-based responses. More countries are now also able to collect and record data and report on trafficking in persons. The capacity to collect official statistics on trafficking in persons at the national level has improved. In 2009, only 26 countries had an institution which systematically collected and disseminated data on trafficking cases, while by 2018, the number had risen to 65. Still large areas of impunity. While most countries have had comprehensive trafficking in persons legislation in place for some years, the number of convictions has only recently started to grow. Pronounced increasing trends in the numbers of convictions were recorded in Asia, the Americas, and Africa and the Middle East. The increased number of convictions broadly follows the increases in the number of detected and reported victims, which shows that the criminal justice response is reflecting the detection trend. However, many countries in Africa and Asia continue to have very low numbers of convictions for trafficking, and at the same time detect fewer victims. Reporting limited numbers of detected victims and few convictions does not necessarily mean that traffickers are not active in these countries. In fact, victims trafficked from subregions with low detection and conviction rates are found in large numbers in other subregions. This suggests that trafficking networks operate with a high degree of impunity in these countries. This impunity could serve as an incentive to carry out more trafficking. Subregions by average number of trafficking convictions and number of victims detected per 100,000. Population, 2014 to 2017. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Sub-Saharan Africa. South Asia. 0. 0.2. 0.4. 0.6. 0.8. 1. 1.2. 1.4. 1.6. 1.8. 0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. Western and Southern Europe. East Asia and the Pacific, Central America, and the Caribbean, South America, North Africa and the Middle East, North America, Central and Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia. Number of trafficking victims detected outside the region of origin, by area of citizenship. 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. From North Africa and the Middle East. From Europe and Central Asia. From South Asia. From Sub-Saharan Africa. 901. 855. 449. 109. 94. 67. From the Americas. From East Asia. GLOTiP_2018_book.in the 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 5 seconds. 9. Executive Summary. More trafficking of domestic victims. While the richest countries are destinations for long-distance flows, most trafficking victims are detected in their countries of citizenship. Detections of domestic victims have increased over the last 15 years. In addition to domestic and sub-regional trafficking, wealthy countries are more likely to be destinations for detected victims trafficked from more distant origins. Western and Southern Europe and countries in the Middle East, for example, record sizable shares of victims trafficked from other regions, whereas such detections are relatively rare in most other parts of the world. Furthermore, detected trafficking flows towards richer countries are also more geographically diverse. Affluent countries in Western and Southern Europe as well as in North America detect victims originating from a large number of countries around the world. Shares of detected victims by area of origin and of detection by subregion, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on the map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Number of citizenships among victims detected in destination countries, by subregion of detection. 2014 to 2017. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Within the same subregion, including domestic victims. Across subregions. Across regions. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on the map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. North America. 11%, 76%, 13%. Central America and the Caribbean. 25%, 75%. South America. 7%, 93%. Sub-Saharan Africa. 99%, 1%. South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. 3%, 97%. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. 100%. Central and South Eastern Europe. 39%, 56%, 5%. North Africa and the Middle East. 11%, 51%, 38%. Western and Southern Europe. 38%, 25%, 37%. 99% 1%. 124. 96. 45. 41. 38. 35. 30. 21. 18. 7. 0 20 40 60 80 100 120 140. Western and Southern Europe. North America. North Africa and the Middle East. Central and Southeastern Europe. Sub-Saharan Africa. East Asia and the Pacific. South America. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Central America. South Asia. GLOTiP_2018_book.inb 9 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 5 seconds. 10. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Traffickers are mainly targeting women and girls. Most of the victims detected across the world are females. Mainly adult women, but also increasingly girls. The vast majority of the detected victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation are females, and 35% of the victims trafficked for forced labor are also females, both women and girls. At the same time, more than half of the victims of trafficking for forced labor are men. There are considerable regional differences in the sex and age profiles of detected trafficking victims, however. In West Africa, most of the detected victims are children, both boys and girls, while in South Asia, victims are equally reported to be men, women and children. In Central Asia, a larger share of adult men is detected compared to other regions, while in Central America and the Caribbean, more girls are recorded. Trafficking for sexual exploitation continues to be the most detected form. Most of the victims detected globally are trafficked for sexual exploitation, although this pattern is not consistent across all regions. Trafficking of females, both women and girls, for sexual exploitation prevails in the areas where most of the victims are detected, the Americas, Europe, and East Asia and the Pacific. In Central America and the Caribbean, more girls are detected as victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation, while women are more commonly detected as victims of this form of exploitation. In the other subregions, trafficking for forced labor is the most commonly detected form in sub-Saharan Africa. In the Middle East, forced labor is also the main form of trafficking detected, mainly involving adults. In Central Asia and South Asia, trafficking for forced labor and sexual exploitation are near equally detected, although with different victim profiles. The few national studies that have been carried out in European countries to estimate the total number of trafficking victims and their profiles have revealed that trafficking for sexual exploitation is the most prevalent form of trafficking. At the same time, they show that trafficking for forced labor may be less readily detected there. Shares of detected victims of trafficking in persons globally, by age group and sex, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. 49% 21%. 23% 7%. Shares of detected victims of trafficking in persons in subregions recording diverse patterns, 2016. Or most recent. Source: Unad collaboration of national data. 0%, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Central Asia, South Asia, Central America, and the Caribbean. West Africa, North Africa. Men, women, boys, girls. 11. Executive summary. Main forms of exploitation and profiles of detected victims. In subregions, different patterns of trafficking emerge in different parts of the world along with different forms of exploitation. While forms other than sexual exploitation and forced labor are detected at much lower rates, they still display some geographical specificities. Trafficking for forced marriage, for example, is more commonly detected in parts of Southeast Asia, while trafficking of children for illegal adoption is recorded in Central and South American countries. Trafficking for forced criminality is mainly reported in Western and Southern Europe, while trafficking for organ removal is primarily detected in North Africa, Central and Southeastern Europe, and Eastern Europe. Many other forms, such as trafficking for exploitation in begging or for the production of pornographic material, are reported in different parts of the world. The detection of other forms of trafficking may partly reflect the ways in which countries have chosen to criminalize different forms of exploitation. Armed conflicts can drive vulnerabilities to trafficking in persons. Armed conflicts can increase the vulnerability to trafficking in different ways. Areas with weak rule of law and lack of resources to respond to crime provide traffickers with a fertile terrain to carry out their operations. This is exacerbated by more people in a desperate situation, lacking access to basic needs. Some armed groups involved in conflict may exploit civilians. Armed groups and other criminals may take the opportunity to traffic victims, including children, for sexual exploitation, sexual slavery, forced marriage, armed combat, and various forms of forced labor. Trafficking in persons for sexual exploitation occurs within all conflict areas considered, including Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa and the Middle East, Southeast Asia and others. In some refugee camps in the Middle East, for example, it has been documented that girls and young women have been married off without their consent and subjected to sexual exploitation in neighboring countries. Main forms of exploitation and profiles of detected victims, by subregions, 2016, or most recent. Source: Unad collaboration of national data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on the map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Main form of exploitation detected: sexual exploitation, begging and other forms. Forced labor. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on the map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. North America, Central America, and the Caribbean. South America, Southern Africa, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Central and South Eastern Europe, West Africa, East Africa, Western and Southern Europe, North Africa, Middle East. GLOTiP_2018_book. In 17th of December 2018, 19:49 and 6 seconds. 12. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Abduction of women and girls for sexual slavery has been reported in many conflicts in Central and West Africa, as well as in the conflicts in the Middle East. It has also been reported that women and girls are trafficked for forced marriage in the same areas. Recruitment of children for use as armed combatants, widely documented in many of the conflict areas considered, from the Democratic Republic of the Congo to the Central African Republic, as well as in conflicts in the Middle East and other parts of Asia. In addition, the study finds that armed groups recruit children for exploitation in forced labor in various supportive roles, from logistics to catering. Recruitment and exploitation of children in extractive industries have been reported. Conflicts in sub-Saharan Africa, in some cases for the purpose of financing the activities of armed groups. Within conflict zones, armed groups may make use of trafficking as a strategy to assert territorial dominance. They can spread fear of being trafficked among groups in the territories where they operate to keep the local population under control. They may also use women and girls as sex slaves or force them into marriages to appeal to new potential male recruits. Armed groups, however, are not the only actors engaging in trafficking in persons in the context of armed conflicts. Criminal groups and individual traffickers target civilians, as well as refugees and internally displaced populations in some formal or informal camps. In all the conflicts considered for this study, forcibly displaced populations have been targeted by traffickers, from settlements of Syrian and Iraqi refugees, to Afghans and Rohingya fleeing conflict and persecution. The study also discusses the risk faced by migrants and refugees traveling through conflict areas, such as Libya or parts of sub-Saharan Africa, along the routes. In Libya, for example, militias control some detention centers for migrants and refugees. It has been documented how militias and criminals are coercing detained migrants and refugees for different exploitative purposes. In precarious socio-economic conditions or situations involving persecution, people escaping conflict can be more easily deceived into travel arrangements, accepting fraudulent job offers in neighboring countries or fraudulent marriage proposals that are in fact exploitative situations. Armed conflicts tend to have a negative impact on the livelihood of people living in the surrounding areas, even when they are not directly involved in the violence. Again, traffickers may target communities that are particularly vulnerable because of forced displacement, lack of access to opportunities for income generation, discrimination and family separation. Persons coerced into sexual slavery. Recruitment of children into armed groups. Persons exploited in forced marriage. Persons exploited as porters by armed groups, extracting minerals, diamonds and gold. Refugees coerced into sexual exploitation. Persons exploited in forced marriage. Persons exploited in industries and service sectors. Persons detained and exploited while escaping armed conflict. Victims exploited while fleeing conflict areas. Victims exploited in conflict areas. Reported forms of trafficking in persons directly and indirectly related to armed conflict. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 12 December 2018 1949 and 6 seconds. 13. Policy implications. Policy implications. There has been an overall increase in the detection of victims of trafficking in persons across the world in recent years. This growth can reflect positive and negative developments in the fight against trafficking in persons, as it can be a sign of enhanced efforts by authorities to identify victims and or a larger trafficking problem, where the number of detected victims has increased after legislative or programmatic action. However, these actions include amendments to legislation, enforcement of well-designed action plans, victim protection schemes and national referral mechanisms have clearly contributed to improving the identification of victims and the effectiveness of criminal justice responses. Despite the progress, impunity still prevails in large parts of the globe, as shown, for instance, by the low levels of victim detections and trafficker convictions recorded in sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia. Most countries in these regions are now parties to the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol and have appropriate legislation in place. The work in these regions of origin, as well as in their main countries of destination, now needs to focus on implementation of the protocol provisions in the spirit of shared responsibility and international cooperation. Support from other countries affected by these trafficking flows can help to accelerate anti-trafficking efforts and tackle impunity for this crime. In a departure from prior global report editions, the data show that victims who have been detected within their own national borders now represent the largest part of the victims detected worldwide. This finding clearly illustrates that the crime of trafficking in persons is not always defined by transnationality, and should be treated as a criminal justice priority in all national jurisdictions. It also shows that trafficking is rooted in the exploitation of victims, and not necessarily their movement, although victims detected in their own countries may have been destined for exploitation elsewhere. While transnational trafficking networks are still prevalent and must be responded to through international cooperation, national justice measures, strategies and priorities should acknowledge the increasingly national nature of the trafficking problem. Trafficking for sexual exploitation is still the most detected form, although it continues to be a broad category. While trafficking for sexual exploitation may be carried out by criminals using physical violence and coercion, victims may also be trapped by means of abuse of vulnerability, power and deception. Victims may find it difficult to speak out about their experiences because of fear, lack of trust or shame. Institutions dealing with trafficking should be able to identify the different and often complex contexts and realities in which sexual exploitation takes place, in order to respond to victims' physical, psychological, social and economic needs. The trafficking of children, particularly girls, remains a key concern. Dedicated training can make practitioners better equipped to detect and assist these victims, ensuring that the best interest of the child is safeguarded. Teachers need to be part of a holistic approach to prevent trafficking and reduce the vulnerability of children to becoming trapped in exploitative patterns. Anti-trafficking interventions for children can be more effective if they are included in programs to provide quality education for all, especially in settings at an increased risk of trafficking, such as refugee camps. Addressing trafficking in persons in conflict situation is particularly challenging. A recent UNODC thematic paper on countering trafficking in persons in conflict situations discusses how to integrate efforts against trafficking in persons into conflict-related work. United Nations actors and entities that operate in conflict and post-conflict settings are well placed to address trafficking in persons in these contexts. The paper addresses the issue of information gathering and research in conflict and post-conflict areas and the prevention of trafficking in persons in conflict situations, including reducing people's vulnerability to being trafficked or becoming a perpetrator of trafficking. In addition, the thematic paper addresses the issue of victims' assistance and protection in conflict settings, the investigations and prosecutions of cases of trafficking in persons in these contexts, and the issue of strengthening cooperation among the different actors working in conflict and post-conflict areas. Given the prevalence of trafficking in persons, especially of a transnational nature, in areas marked by armed conflict and post-conflict situations, it is important to ensure that UN and other agencies' peacekeeping personnel deployed in field missions have the capacity to identify and report on cases of trafficking in persons, in line with their mandates. For that reason, consideration should be given to reviewing pre-deployment training curricula for field mission personnel to better address trafficking in persons. Children recruited and exploited by terrorist and violent extremist groups are not only victims of human traffic. United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, 2018, thematic paper on countering trafficking in persons in conflict situations. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 17 December 2018 19:49 and 6 seconds. 14. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. But victims of violence at multiple levels as children may be used for violent purposes by the groups that recruited them. The criminal justice institutions and national authorities are often not equipped to adequately address this phenomenon. The UNODC Handbook on Children Recruited and Exploited by Terrorist and Violent Extremist Groups too is a tool for policymakers and provides guidance in three main areas: a. Preventing child recruitment by terrorist and violent extremist groups; b. Identifying effective justice responses to children recruited and exploited by such groups, whether they are in contact with the justice system as victims, witnesses or alleged offenders; and c. Promoting the rehabilitation and reintegration of those children. As can be expected, many trafficking flows involve persons fleeing armed conflict and persecution towards safe destinations. Decisions on how and where to travel are also made in terms of the perceived risks along the routes and at destinations. Targeted information material that explains the risks of and possible responses to trafficking could be included in practical information given to migrants in refugee camps and along migratory routes. Addressing the problem of trafficking in persons is part of the UN Sustainable Development Agenda. Monitoring progress to achieve the targets related to trafficking in persons in the framework of the SDGs calls on countries to report the number of trafficking victims per 100,000 population, by sex, age and form of exploitation. Going beyond the counting of detected victims, to cover the victims that are not detected, is a challenge in reporting. On this indicator, UNODC has successfully tested a new, innovative methodology, multiple systems estimation, in 4 countries in Europe. The application of MSE offers countries a sound and cost-effective means of estimating the total number of victims, detected and not detected, and report on the SDG indicator. Scaling up the implementation of this methodology across the world will foster a more comprehensive and solid understanding of the level and trends of the trafficking problem. There remain significant knowledge gaps related to the patterns and flows of trafficking in persons. Many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia and some parts of East Asia still lack sufficient capacity to record and share data on trafficking in persons. Qualitative research, field studies and the strengthening of national statistical system Thames on crime and criminal justice can help fill these gaps. 2 United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, 2017, Handbook on Children Recruited and Exploited by Terrorist and Violent Extremist Groups, the Role of the Justice System. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 14 December 2018 1949 and 6 seconds. 15. Introduction. Data and research to help tackle trafficking in persons. The 2018 edition of the Global Report on Trafficking in Persons is based on information collected from 142 countries, encompassing more than 94% of the world's population. This represents an improvement compared to the data coverage of the first UNODC Global Report of 2012, 132 countries, and subsequent editions. Although there have been tangible improvements in the availability of data and information on trafficking in persons, relevant gaps in knowledge affect large parts of the world. The different editions of the Global Report, including this one, are weaker in their coverage of certain parts of Africa, the Middle East, and some parts of Asia. 22 countries in Africa and the Middle East are among the 51 United Nations member states for which data is still missing from the current edition of the Global Report. The others are countries in Asia and island states in the Pacific and the Caribbean. In addition, for some reporting countries in the regions mentioned above, data on the victims recorded are not systematically collected and only available for some years, or for some parts of the country. In some cases, details regarding the profiles of victims or offenders are missing. This edition of the Global Report reveals that large parts of Africa and Asia are weak in detecting victims and convicting traffickers. It is not a coincidence that these are also the parts of the world where less is known about trafficking patterns and flows. Knowledge is fundamental to tailor decisive responses, and stronger national responses help to generate more knowledge about the crime. Better data and research over the past few years. A brief historical analysis of the quality and quantity of trafficking data shows that better data recording systems can be established in a relatively short period of time. In 2010, when the General Assembly gave the mandate to UNODC to collect data and report about patterns and flows of trafficking in persons, the collection of international statistics on human trafficking was in its early stages. In 2009, under the auspices of the United Nations Global Initiative to Fight Human Trafficking, UN.GIFT, UNODC published a report that included global and regional statistics on trafficking in persons. 3. This report concluded that internationally standardized data were still not available at that time for other global studies also reported on how research and data on this crime were sparse. 5. However, numbers and estimates referring to the supposed global magnitude of the phenomenon proliferated. 6. At the national level, some examples of good quality reporting on detected trafficking cases have existed since the early 2000s. The first report of the Dutch National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Human Beings, for instance, was published in 2002. 7. The report contained data on victims detected and their profiles, as well as on offenders prosecuted and convicted of trafficking in persons. Some other national authorities were also publishing similar information on a regular basis, but these were largely the exception to a general disinterest in official statistics on trafficking in persons. In its role as guardian of the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol, and from the privileged position of global observer, UNODC started to collect international statistics on this crime in 2007, and to present its analysis on the basis of this data in the Global Report on Trafficking in Persons. As stated in the methodological notes accompanying the different editions, the use of this data to conduct research on trafficking in persons has some limitations. It is not possible, for instance, to carry out cross-country comparisons. At the same time, administrative data, triangulated with qualitative information from court cases or existing literature, can be used to analyze the patterns and flows of trafficking in persons. 8. Over the years, UNODC has improved the methodology and complemented the official statistics with qualitative information extracted from the narratives of investigative files. In addition, the capacity of national authorities to collect data on trafficking in persons has generally improved. In 3. United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and United Nations Global Initiative to Fight Human Trafficking 2009, Global Report on Trafficking in Persons. Forward, page 7. 5. Lachko, F. 2002, Human Trafficking, The Need for Better Data. Migration Information Source, International Organization for Migration, 2005, Data and Research on Human Trafficking. 6. Van Gold, D. 2005, Think Again, Human Trafficking, Foreign Policy, 150, 26-32, Gould, A. 2010, From Pseudoscience to Pro-to-Science, Estimating Human Trafficking and Modern Forms of Slavery, Second Annual Interdisciplinary Conference on Human Trafficking. 7 Bureau National Rapporteur Mensenhandel, 2002, Trafficking in Human Beings, First Report of the Dutch National Rapporteur. 8 United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, 2016, Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2016, p. 39. GLOTiP 2018 book.in 17 December 2018 1949 and 6 seconds. 16. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. 2009, only 26 countries had a coordinating institution, which systematically collected and disseminated data on trafficking cases 9, while by 2018, the number had risen to 65-10. Over the years, the development of standards in data collection has been considered by the international community as a key activity to enhance national responses in the field of trafficking in persons. In response, a series of regional and international initiatives focused on improving the data collection for evidence-based policies were carried out. 11. Measuring the severity of trafficking and the United Nations Development Agenda. In 2015, the adoption of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, set a renewed development framework, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Improving capacity to deliver reliable data and statistics plays a major role in this context. Each goal includes indicators to measure improvements towards the agreed targets. SDG Target 16.2, for instance, calls upon member states to end abuse, exploitation, trafficking and all forms of violence and torture against children. SDG Indicator 16.2.2 requests member states to measure the number of victims of human trafficking per 100,000 population, by sex, age, and form of exploitation. In order to report on this indicator, member states must have proper trafficking data and defined methodologies to estimate the total number of trafficking victims. In the 2012 edition of the Global Report on Trafficking in Persons, UNODC referred to the absence of sound tools to measure the dark number of this crime. 12. Since then, the research community has tested new methodologies to bridge these gaps. The multiple systems estimation methodology, presented in this report on page 34, has generated promising results in different national contexts. 9. Based on the analysis of the sources reported in the UNODC questionnaires collected from the 155 countries covered in the UNODC /UN.gift Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2009. 10. Based on the analysis of the sources reported in the UNODC questionnaires collected from the 142 countries covered in this edition of the UNODC Global Report on Trafficking in Persons. 11. Institute for International Research on Criminal Policy, 2004, the SIAMSECT files, standardized templates and blueprint for EU-wide call Lection of statistical information and analysis on missing and sexually exploited children and trafficking in human being, International Organization for Migration and Austrian Federal Ministry of Interior. 2009, Guidelines for the collection of data on trafficking in human beings, including comparable indicators, International Labour Office and the European Commission, 2009, Operational Indicators of Trafficking in Human Beings, results from a Delphi survey, International Center for Migration Policy Development, 2009, Handbook on Anti-Trafficking. Data collection in Southeastern Europe, developing regional criteria. 12 United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, 2012, Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2012, page 80, Sales No. E13.v.1. Other methods, such as victimization surveys using special sampling techniques, have also proved to be of sufficient quality to provide estimates of the number of trafficking victims at local levels. 13. These methodologies, if properly used, can support member states to assess their progress in achieving SDG Target 16.2. Organization of the Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. This edition of the Global Report consists of 2 booklets. Booklet 1 is divided in 2 chapters. Chapter I describes the global trends in detections of trafficking victims and in the number of convictions for trafficking in persons. Furthermore, the first chapter analyzes the profile of the detected victims and forms of exploitation detected. GLOTiP. Ally, the profile of the offenders, as well as the major global trafficking flows. In addition, the chapter provides an overview of the national, institutional response to trafficking in persons in terms of legislation and criminal justice response. Chapter 2 presents detailed analyses of the trafficking patterns and flows for each of the regions and sub-regions considered. Booklet 2 of the Global Report presents a special insight on trafficking in persons in the context of armed conflict. This part is based on official UN reports, academic literature, case material from international tribunals, and supplemented by interviews with relevant personnel from peacekeeping operations and other practitioners working in conflict zones. Finally, detailed country profiles published as online annexes describe the individual country trafficking situation in terms of national legislation, number of trafficking cases investigated, offenders and their profiles, as well as the profile of the victims detected. The 142 countries covered by the data collection were grouped into 4 main regions and 10 sub-regions. The 4 regions are Africa and the Middle East, South, East Asia and the Pacific, the Americas, and Europe and Central Asia. Countries in Africa and the Middle East are grouped into 2 sub-regions, Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa and the Middle East. Similarly, Asian countries are grouped into 2 sub-regions, South Asia and East Asia and the 13 Zhang, S. Spiller, M.W., Finch, B.K., Jin, Y. 2014, Estimating Labor Trafficking Among Unauthorized Migrant Workers in San Diego, Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science. 6531 pp. 6586, Chang, S., Pitts, W. J., Barrick, K., Latimore. PK, 2015, Estimating Labor Trafficking Among Farm Workers, an inverse sampling strategy based on reliable housing predictions. Journal of Human Trafficking, 1-2 pp. 117-135. GLOTiP _2018 16 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 6 seconds. 17. Introduction. Pacific countries in the Americas are aggregated in 3 subregions: North America, Central America and the Caribbean, and South America. Countries in Europe and Central Asia are grouped into the 3 subregions of Western and Southern Europe, Central and Southeastern Europe, and Eastern Europe and Central Asia. When the data allowed for more detailed analysis, countries were organized into more specific subgroups, such as West Africa, East Africa and Southern Africa, North Africa, Middle East, or countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council, countries in Eastern Europe and South Caucasus, and countries in Central Asia. Specific footnotes explain the exact composition of the different geographical aggregations used in the text. The main time period covered by the data collection for this edition of the Global Report is 2014 to 2016. A limited number of countries provided information for the year 2017. The data analysis and presentation often employ data collected for years before 2014 in order to discern longer-term data trends. Most countries reported data for the year 2016. Annual patterns and flows at the regional and global levels were derived by using 2016, or most recent, as reference year, meaning that, for the countries where 2016 data were not available, the most recent data from the period covered were used. 2017, 2015 or 2014. The text refers to men and women, meaning people aged 18 or above, while girls and boys refer to children aged under 18. A methodological annex including a detailed presentation of the data used for this report is published on the UNODC website at https://www.unodc.org/en/data-and-analysis/ glotip.html. Regional and subregional designations used in this report. Source: UNODC Elaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on the map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. The boundaries shown on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Dashed lines represent undetermined boundaries. North America, Central America and the Caribbean. South America, Central and Southeastern Europe, Western and Southern Europe, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, North Africa and the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, East Asia and the Pacific. Countries and territories not covered: Africa and the Middle East, Americas, Europe and Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. GLOTiP _2018 17 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 7 seconds. 18. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Western and Southern Europe. Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Cyprus, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Central and South Eastern Europe, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czechia, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Montenegro, Poland, Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Belarus, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Republic of Moldova, Russian Federation, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, South Asia, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, East Asia and the Pacific, Australia, Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Japan, Laos, Peoples Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Mongolia, Myanmar, New Zealand, Philippines Republic of Korea, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Vietnam, North America, Canada, Mexico, United States of America, Central America and the Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Honduras, Grenada, Guatemala, Jamaica, Panama, Trinidad and Tobago, South America, Argentina, Bolivia, plurinational state of Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, Bolivarian Republic of Sub-Saharan Africa, Angola, Benin, Botswana, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Côte d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Djibouti, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Lesotho, Liberia, Madagascar, Malawi, Mali, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Niger, Nigeria, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Senegal, South Africa, Uganda, United Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, North Africa and the Middle East, Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Morocco, Oman, Sudan, Syrian Arab Republic, Tunisia, United Arab Emirates. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 17th of December 2018 1949 and 8 seconds. Western and Southern Europe. Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Cyprus, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Central and South Eastern Europe, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czechia, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Montenegro, Poland, Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Belarus, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Republic of Moldova, Russian Federation, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, South Asia, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, East Asia, and the Pacific, Australia, Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Japan, Laos, Peoples Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Mongolia, Myanmar, New Zealand, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Vietnam, North America, Canada, Mexico, United States of America, Central America and the Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Honduras, Grenada, Guatemala, Jamaica, Panama, Trinidad and Tobago, South America, Argentina, Bolivia, plurinational state of Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, Bolivarian Republic of Sub-Saharan Africa, Angola, Benin, Botswana, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Côte d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Djibouti, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Lesotho, Liberia, Madagascar, Malawi, Mali, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Niger, Nigeria, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Senegal, South Africa, Uganda, United Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, North Africa, and the Middle East, Algeria, Bahrain, Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Morocco, Oman, Sudan, Syrian Arab Republic, Tunisia, United Arab Emirates. GLOTiP_2018_book.inb 17 December 2018 19:49 and 9 seconds. GLOTiP_2018_book.inb 17 December 2018 19:49 and 9 seconds. 21. Chapter I. Global Overview. More victims detected. More victims of trafficking in persons were reported to UNODC in 2016 than at any time over the past 13 years. 1. The increased number of detected victims collected by UNODC is the result of the broader geographical cover age of the data collection for the last two editions of the Global Report. More countries are now in a position to report their national data on trafficking in persons to UNODC. At the same time, the average number of detected victims per country has also increased over the last few years. A more detailed trend analysis shows that in 2016, about 40% more victims were detected compared to 2011 too. While this is true on aggregate, not all the countries considered recorded similar trends. From a regional perspective, many countries in the Americas and Asia have. 1. UNODC has gathered data on victims of trafficking in persons detected since 2003, the year of entry into force of the United Nations Trafficking in Persons Protocol, supplementing the Convention against Transnational Organized Crime. Over this period, UNODC has collected information on about 225,000 victims of trafficking detected worldwide. In 2016, a peak of more than 24,000 detected victims was recorded. Reported drastic increases in detections. Meanwhile, over the period considered, most European and African countries detected a stable number of victims of trafficking. Increased numbers of victims detected may indicate that more trafficking is taking place, or, rather, that countries make use of more efficient tools and procedures to identify trafficking victims. While severity is difficult to measure, an assessment of the evolution of national anti-trafficking responses could shed light on the drivers of these rising numbers. 2. UNODC carried a detailed country-by-country analysis of the national measures implemented by the countries, detecting more victims over a 13-year period. The exact measures vary between countries, but in general, they include the creation or revision of relevant legislation, the adoption of national action plans on trafficking in persons, strengthening of investigative and forward/or prosecutorial coordination and capacity, classification of trafficking. 2am trend analysis was carried out on data from 45 countries, selected for having systematically reported the number of detected victims over the last 10 years. The trends were established by comparing with the absolute numbers recorded by the countries in 2007. The reference year 2007 was selected as the year where a critical mass of countries started to consistently report numbers of detected trafficking victims. Fig. 1 trends in the total number of detected trafficking victims, average number of detected victims per country and number of reporting countries, by year, 2003 to 2016. Source: UNODC Elaboration of National Data. 196. 168. 192. 215. 203. 163. 181. 150. 170. 179. 216. 198. 238. 254. 50. 100. 150. 200. 250. 300. 5,000. 10,000. 15,000. 20,000. 25,000. 30,000. 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. Average number of detected victims per country. Reporting to UNODC. Total number of detected victims reported to UNODC. 39. Number of countries covered. Percentage of world population: 58, 68, 71, 62, 79, 85, 93, 81, 87, 80, 100, 104, 97. 23, 32, 36, 38, 40, 35, 39, 43, 35, 45, 44, 50, 51, 47. GLOTiP _2018 _book.in 17 December 2018 19:49 and 9 seconds. 22. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Fig. 2 Trends in the number of trafficking victims detected since 2007, globally. And by region, 2007 to 2016. Analysis based on 45 countries where data have been systematically available since 2007. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 3 Trends in detected victims of trafficking in persons and timing of introduction of selected anti-trafficking in persons (TIP) measures in Nepal and Paraguay, 2003 to 2016. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 4 Trends in detected victims of trafficking in persons and timing of introduction of selected anti-trafficking in persons (TIP) measures in Denmark, Kuwait and United Arab Emirates, 2006 to 2016. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. As a grave criminal offense or measures to identify, protect, and support victims of trafficking. For many of the countries that recorded increasing trends, some of the institutional responses could be related to the increase. In particular, most of the increases coincided with or followed shortly after one or more of these anti-trafficking measures were introduced. 3. In other cases, such a link could not be established. An increase in the number of victim detections could also reflect an actual increase in the severity of trafficking in persons, especially in countries where anti-trafficking institutions and legal framework have been in place for a long time. What emerged from the analysis, however, is that when countries did not enhance their anti-trafficking actions, the number of detected victims tended to decline. 3 For more than 40 countries recording some increase in the number of detected victims between 2003 and 2016, anti-trafficking measures were introduced by state authorities shortly before the increases. Kuwait 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. Denmark. National Action Plan. 2007 to 2010. Danish Center Against Human Trafficking, CMM. 2007. Denmark. United Arab Emirates. United Arab Emirates. Amendment in the TIP legislation, 2015. Kuwait. Introduction of the TIP legislation, 2013. United Arab Emirates. Introduction of the TIP legislation, 2006. Nepal. 0, 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 350, 400, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. Nepal. GLOTiP legislation, 2007. Regulation for TIP. Legislation, 2008. Nepal. National Action Plan, 2012. Paraguay. Paraguay. GLOTiP. Legislation, July 2009. Paraguay. Amendment to TIP law, August 2012. -1%, 26%, 40%, 38%, -50%, -30%, -10%, 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 90%, 110%, 130%, 150%, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. Europe and Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia and the Pacific, the Americas, Africa and the Middle East. Global. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 22 the 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 10 seconds. 23. Global overview. More convictions globally, but still vast areas of impunity. Enhanced country-level anti-trafficking measures have not only led to increasing numbers of detected victims, but also to more trafficking convictions. A trend analysis on the number of trafficking convictions shows that GLOB ally, these have clearly increased over the last 7 years. 4. This is true also for most sub-regions, with the exception of most parts of Europe, as well as Central Asia. In some countries, however, even though the trend is increasing, the absolute numbers of convictions remain very low. There appears to be hardly any risk for traffickers to face justice. Many African and Middle Eastern countries went from no convictions to a handful of convictions per year in recent years. Consequently, while these countries register a clearly increasing trend, the total numbers in these areas remain very low. Conversely, European countries report fewer convictions than in the past, but the absolute numbers are still the highest in the world. 4am trend analysis was carried out on data from 41 countries selected for having systematically reported the number of convictions over the last 10 years. Trends were established by comparing with the absolute numbers recorded by the countries in 2007. The reference year 2007 was selected as the year where a critical mass of countries started to consistently report numbers of convictions for trafficking in persons. Looking at the rates of detected victims and convicted offenders per 100,000 people, countries in Eastern Europe, Central Asia and Western and Southern Europe convict more traffickers and detect more victims. Count tries in North America, Central America and the Caribbean, and Central and Southeastern Europe detect more victims but do not convict as many traffickers. Countries in Africa, the Middle East, South Asia, East Asia, and South America, record limited numbers of both detected victims and convicted traffickers. The question remains as to whether fewer convictions reflect low levels of trafficking activity or a limited ability to detect this crime. In sub-Saharan Africa and in East Asia, both rates of detected victim and convicted offenders are low compared to other regions. However, trafficking flows originate from these two sub-regions and are detected in a larger number of destinations compared to other trafficking origins. In addition, while most trafficking flows originate and are detected within the same sub-region, the vast majority of trafficking victims detected in other regions come from East Asia or sub-Saharan Africa. While the relevance of East Asian flows can be partially explained by the large population considered, the population in sub-Saharan Africa is equivalent to other Fig. 5 trends in the number of people convicted of trafficking in persons since 2007, globally and by region, 2007. 2016. Analysis based on 41 countries where data have been available since 2007. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 6 Number of trafficking victims detected outside their region of origin, by area of citizenship. 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. -10%. 21%. 30%. 67%. -50%. 0%. 50%. 100%. 150%. 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. Europe and Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia and the Pacific, the Americas, Africa and the Middle East. Global. From North Africa and the Middle East. From Europe and Central Asia. From South Asia. From Sub-Saharan Africa. 901. 855. 449. 109. 94. 67. From the Americas. From East Asia. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 23 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 10 seconds. 24. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Fig. 7 Subregions by average number of convictions for trafficking in persons per 100,000 people. Horizontal axis, and number of victims detected per 100,000, vertical axis, 2014 to 2017. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: based on information from 107 countries and territories that reported information on number of convictions as well as victims detected during the period 2014 to 2016. Regions and cannot account for the number of African detected victims and the variety of its flows, the broad variety of destinations and the intensity of the trafficking flows originating from sub-Saharan Africa and East Asia suggest that traffickers in these countries are very active and well organized. Therefore, for the countries in these two sub-regions, the lower level of convictions does not reflect limited trafficking activity, but rather a limited Response to trafficking, a generalized impunity determined by a lack of institutional capacity to address this crime in these areas. Furthermore, it appears that this impunity serves as an incentive for traffickers to step up their activities. The analysis shows that, compared to other regions that record more convictions, these two sub-regions are origin areas for broader and more intense trafficking flows. At the same time, although the overall conviction rates are low in these two sub-regions, there is an increasing trend in the number of convictions reported there, reflecting the strengthened institutional capacity to combat trafficking in persons. Fig. 8 Region of detection for victims from Sub-Saharan Africa, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 9 Region of detection for victims from East Asia, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Sub-Saharan Africa. 34%. 55%. 8% North America. Western and Central Europe. 3% North Africa and the Middle East. Sub-Sahara African detected victims. Sub-Saharan Africa. South Asia. 0. 0.2. 0.4. 0.6. 0.8. 1. 1.2. 1.4. 1.6. 1.8. 0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. Western and Southern Europe, East Asia and the Pacific, Central America, and the Caribbean, South America, North Africa and the Middle East, North America, Central and Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, East Asia and the Pacific. 9%, 74%, 16% North America, Western and Central Europe, 1% North Africa and the Middle East. East Asian detected victims. GLOTiP_2018_book.inp 24 December 2018 19:49 and 10 seconds. 25. Global Overview I. Profile of the victims. Adult women comprised nearly half of the detected victims in 2016. Men and girls were detected in similar proportions, each profile accounted for about 1/5 of the detected victims globally. As resulting from the analysis of the data on trafficking victims over the last 15 years, women and girls together continued to represent more than 70% of detected trafficking victims. A closer look at the data disaggregated by region reveals significant geographical differences in the profiles of the detected victims. For example, child victims accounted for the majority, 55%, of the victims detected in Sub-Saharan Africa in 2016, with girls and boys almost equally distributed. In South Asia, East Asia and the Pacific, men accounted for more than 30% of the detected victims in the same year, a significantly large share in the global total. In Europe, as well as in the Americas, women comprised clear majorities of the detected trafficking victims. An analysis of the profile of the victims reflects geographical differences in the capacity to detect, record, and report on trafficking in persons. Globally, Europe, some parts of Asia, as well as the Americas, detect the largest numbers of victims. Additionally, most of the women victims considered in this report were detected in these regions. With regard to Fig. 10 diffusion of trafficking flows, number of countries where citizens of countries in the given subregions were detected, 2014 to 2016. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Males, in absolute numbers, most of the detected boy victims were detected in Africa, whereas adult male victims were often detected in South Asia and the Middle East. When aggregating this data to produce a global analysis, the overall picture is affected by the fact that Europe and the Americas detect more victims than Africa. It could be assumed, for example, that if the detection capacities of sub-Saharan African countries were similar to those of countries in Europe or the Americas, child victims would make up a larger proportion of the detected victims globally. Similar considerations can be drawn on South Asian countries and adult men in the global picture. 48, 44, 44, 39, 35, 19, 15, 8, 15, 18, 11, 3, 12, 10, 12, 35, 0, 20, 40, 60, 80. From East Asia and the Pacific. From Sub-Saharan Africa. From Eastern Europe and Central Asia. From South Asia. From South America. From North Africa and the Middle East. From Central America and the Caribbean. From Central and Southeastern Europe. Number of countries reporting victims from selected origins. Countries outside the region of origin, countries within the region of origin. Fig. 11 shares of detected victims of trafficking in persons, by age group and sex. 2016, or most recent. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Estimates are based on information on the age and sex of 26,750 victims detected in 110 countries. 49%, 21%, 23%, 7%. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 25 December 2018 19:49 and 10 seconds. 26. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Fig. 12 detected victims of trafficking in persons, by age group and sex, by sub-region of detection. 2016, or most recent. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Map 1 share of children among the total number of detected victims in the different regions. By country, 2016, or most recent. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. 71. Africa and the Middle East. Countries and territories not covered. Above 50%. between 30% and 50%, below 30%. Share of children on total detected victims. Countries and territories not covered, above 50%, between 30% and 50%, below 30%. The Americas, Asia and the Pacific. Share of children on total detected victims. Countries and territories not covered, above 50%, between 30% and 50%, below 30%. Europe. Countries and territories not covered, above 50%, between 30% and 50%, below 30%. Share of children of the total detected victims. Countries and territories not covered, above 50%, between 30% and 50%, below 30%. 0. 500, 1000, 1500, 2000, 2500, 3000, 3500, 4000, 4500, 5000. West and Central Europe, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia and the Pacific. South America, North America, Central America and the Caribbean. Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa and the Middle East. Men, women, boys, girls. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 26 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 11 seconds. 27. Global Overview. In terms of trends, the 2016 findings are broadly in line with data from 2012 to 2014. The share of children remained at around 30% of the detected victims, with far more girls detected than boys. Comparing data from 2016 and 2004 reveals a clear increase in detections of children, with both girls and boys more than doubling their shares of the total. Detections of trafficking victims who are men appear to have stabilized in the wake of increases reported in previous years. The share of men among the victims detected in 2016 is around 20%. This figure is in line with findings from 2014, but a significant increase from previous years. Map 2 main profiles detected in the geographical areas considered by subregions. 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Main form of exploitation detected: sexual exploitation, begging and other forms. Forced labor. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on the map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. North America, Central America, and the Caribbean. South America, Southern Africa, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Central and South Eastern Europe, West Africa, East Africa, Western and Southern Europe, North Africa, Middle East. Fig. 13 Trends in the shares of children among detected trafficking victims. Selected years. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. 10, 13, 17, 21, 20, 23, 3, 9, 10, 13, 8, 7, 0%, 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%, 35%, 40%, 2004, 2006, 2009, 2011, 2014, 2016. Girls, boys. 74, 67, 59, 49, 51, 49, 13, 11, 14, 17, 21, 21, 0%, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%, 2004, 2006, 2009, 2011, 2014, 2016. Women, men. Fig. 14 Trends in the shares of adults among detected trafficking victims. Selected years. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. GLOTiP _2018 27 the 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 12 seconds. 28. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. The victim profiles also change according to the form of trafficking considered. Men and women are largely detected as trafficked for different forms of exploitation. Data from a number of countries providing the information on forms of exploitation by sex and age of the victims show clear distinctions between detected victims who are women and men. While 83% of the women victims who were detected in 2016 were trafficked for sexual exploitation, 82% of the detected men were trafficked for forced labor. Fig. 15 Shares of forms of exploitation among detected women victims of trafficking in persons, 2016, or most recent. 54 countries, N equals 5,440 victims. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. Trafficking for other purposes. 83%. 4%. 13%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Women. Fig. 16 Share of forms of exploitation among detected men victims of trafficking in persons, 2016, or most recent. 54 countries, N equals 2,271 victims. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. Trafficking for organ removal. 10%. 1%. 82%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Men. Trafficking for other purposes. 7%. Fig. 17 Share of forms of exploitation among detected girl victims of trafficking in persons, 2016, or most recent. 54 countries, N equals 2,350 victims. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 18 Share of forms of exploitation among detected boy victims of trafficking in persons, 2016, or most recent. 54 countries, N equals 711 victims. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. Trafficking for other purposes. 72%. 7%. 21%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Girls. Trafficking for other purposes. 27%. 23%. 50%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Boys. Some 10% of detected the men victims were trafficked for sexual exploitation, while 13% of the women were trafficked for forced labor. For detected child victims, the gender patterns for forms of exploitation are different. While boys, like men, are mainly detected as trafficked for forced labor, many are also detected as trafficked for sexual exploitation and for other forms of exploitation such as exploitative begging, child soldiering and forced criminal activities. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 28 December 2018 19:49 and 12 seconds. 29. Global Overview I. Fig. 19 Share of forms of exploitation among detected trafficking victims * 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. * Estimates are based on data provided by 110 countries reporting 24,687 detected victims. Trafficking for other purposes. 59%. 7%. 34%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Total. Like women, the clear majority of detected girl victims are trafficked for the purpose of sexual exploitation. However, 1 out of every 5 detected girls in 2016 were trafficked for forced labor. A significant share of detected trafficked girls were trafficked for forms of exploitation other than sexual exploitation or forced labor. As reported in the next section, victims are trafficked for a list of purposes, ranging from forced marriages to exploitative begging and forced criminal activities. The share of detected girl victims who were trafficked for other forms of exploitation is considerably smaller than the corresponding share for detected boys. Forms of exploitation. Trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation is the most detected form of trafficking globally. Victims trafficked for sexual exploitation comprised 59% of the detected victims in 2016. 1 victim out of 3 detected was trafficked for forced labor, and 7% of detected victims were trafficked for other purposes. The detected forms of exploitation vary widely across the different subregions. In 2016, trafficking for the purpose of forced labor was the most frequently detected form. In Southern, East and West Africa, and the countries of the Middle East. In South Asia as well as in Central Asia, trafficking for forced labor and for sexual exploitation were detected in near equal proportions. Trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation was the most detected form in all European subregions, in North and Central America and the Caribbean, and in East Asia and the Pacific. In North Africa, other forms of exploitation, such as exploitative child begging, were more frequently detected than other forms. As for other forms of exploitation, trafficking for the removal of organs remains very limited in terms of numbers of detected victims. About 100 victims of trafficking for organ removal were detected and reported to UNODC. During the 2014 to 2017 period, victims were all adults. This is related to the nature of that type of trafficking, which targets adult bodies with fully developed organs. Some 2/3 of these victims were men. Most of these victims were reported by countries in North Africa and the Middle East, but cases have also been recorded in Western, Central and Eastern Europe, as well as in Central and South America. The data collected also refer to other forms of exploitations not specifically listed in the UN Trafficking Info. Fig. 20 Number of detected trafficking victims, by form of exploitation, and region of detection. 2016, or most recent. Source, UNODC Elaboration of National Data. 0. 1000. 2000. 3000. 4000. 5000. 6000. 7000. 8000. Europe and Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific, the Americas, Africa and the Middle East. Trafficking for sexual exploitation, trafficking for forced labor, trafficking for organ removal, trafficking for other purposes. SUN's protocol, but considered by national legislations or jurisprudence as forms of trafficking. UNODC has categorized these other forms as labeled by the national authorities. Data for 2016 indicate that some 2% of the victims detected globally were trafficked for mixed forms of exploitation, such as victims exploited both sexually and in forced labor, or exploited in begging, as well as in criminal activity, often carrying out petty crimes. Pregnant women trafficked to sell their newborn. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 29 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 12 seconds. 30. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Scarred for Life, Patterns of Trafficking in Persons for Organ Removal. Compared to the most frequently detected cases of trafficking in persons for sexual exploitation and forced labor, there are relatively few detected cases of trafficking in persons for organ removal. Over the last 13 years, UNODC has collected information on about 700 victims of trafficking in persons for removal of organs detected in 25 countries as compared to 225,000 victims of trafficking in persons for all other purposes. In general, the pace of the crime is dictated by the shortage of organs on the global market, as the availability of donated organs is limited and overshadowed by demand. Estimates suggest that 5 to 10% of all kidney and liver transplantations are conducted with illegally obtained organs. These estimates include the illicit trade in organs. However, if the donor does not consent to the removal of organ, or this consent is obtained by means of coercion, deception, abuse of vulnerability, or any other means included in the trafficking in persons definition, the organ transplant is the result of trafficking in persons for organ removal, which is the form of trafficking discussed in this box. Evidence suggests that traffickers are skillful when working across borders, leveraging low economic development in some countries and available medical expertise in others. Traffickers operate in increasingly sophisticated ways, making use of corrupt environments and fraudulent measures, exploiting people caught in destitution, poverty and hardship. One emerging feature is how trafficking in persons for the removal of organs is perpetrated by highly organized criminal networks. Examples of cases investigated by national authorities show that traffickers may operate over prolonged periods of time with high numbers of victims, before being caught. One case showed that one trafficking group conducted up to 500 kidney operations in different private homes and hospitals over a period of 7 years. See in another case, traffickers organized the pairing of donors with recipients in an advanced logistical operation involving language interpretation for foreigners arriving at local hospitals, medical screenings for ensuring compatibility between donor and recipient, medical procedures, and post-surgery treatment. Typical for the organization of the networks involved in trafficking persons for organs removal is the ability to operate across borders. In one case, internationally based organ isers and local brokers worked together. The latter received $2,000 for each of the 12 recruited victims, using online advertisements asking for kidney donors. The broker arranged for medical screenings of the newly recruited Map 3 shares of detected trafficking victims, by form of exploitation, by sub-region of detection. 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Sexual exploitation. Forced labor. Other purposes. Sexual exploitation. Forced labor. Equal detection of sexual exploitation and forced labor, or main detection of other purposes. Main form of exploitation detected. The boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Central Asia. 45%, 48%, 7%. South Asia. 49%, 50%, 1%. Southern Africa. 83%, 17%. 3%, 28%, 69%. North Africa. West Africa. 55%, 36%, 8%. East Africa. 82%, 18%. East Asia and the Pacific. 38%, 60%, 2%. South America. 32%, 58%, 10%. Central America and the Caribbean, 5%, 87%, 8%. North America, 24%, 71%, 5%. Western and Southern Europe, 27%, 66%, 7%. Eastern Europe, 33%, 56%, 11%. Central and South Eastern Europe, 17%, 70%, 13%. Gulf Cooperation Council, 66%, 32%, 2%. Rest of Middle East, 39%, 34%, 27%. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 17 December 2018 1949 and 13 seconds. 31. Global Overview. Tims shared the results with the organizers, and arranged transport for the victims to a third country where the removal of the organ was carried out. Another emerging pattern concerns how traffickers collude with medical professionals, relying on corrupt and fraudulent practices. Traffickers make use of medical staff for different purposes, including gaining access to laboratories to test the compatibility between donor and recipient, conduct medical procedures such as removing the organs or providing post-surgery recovery or treatment. While some cases may include direct collusion of medical staff, in other cases medical staff are deceived into believing a given arrangement is legitimate, underlining the sophisticated ways of manipulation of perception exercised by traffickers. Other examples show how medical licenses may be obtained illegally, or traffickers may deceive donors into signing documents falsely stating they are related to the donor with the purpose of circumventing legislation prohibiting the commercial sale of organs. In other cases, traffickers have deceived victims in other ways, telling them they were to receive a routine medical checkup or that the donation of their organs was for altruistic reasons. A final aspect concerns how perpetrators abuse severe levels of vulnerability. Traffickers may persuade victims that in one of their kidneys is the only way to cope with both. Traffickers abuse these vulnerabilities, specifically targeting unemployed rural workers or homeless people who are in desperate situations, and deceive them into in their organs for money that will not be paid at the end of the surgery. Along similar lines, traffickers have targeted persons who cope with other forms of hardship, such as recruiting people from refugee camps with false promises of receiving payments and forward/or transport to safer locations. Specific examples of this have been identified by the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons, severely affecting women and children. During one country visit, it was revealed how asylum seekers, refugees and poor sons living in poverty were targeted by traffickers, and, in some cases transferred to other countries to undergo surgery to have their organs removed. The vulnerability of victims also appears in terms of poor education. One study based on interviews with 103 confirmed victims revealed how none had any education beyond high school level, and only half had primary education or below. As a result, traffickers Us take advantage of those factors by peddling lies claiming that kidneys grow back after being removed or that it is abnormal to have two kidneys in the first place. N. A European Parliament, 2015, Trafficking in Human Organs, p8. United Nations, General Assembly, 2017, Strengthening and Promoting Effective Measures and International Cooperation on Organ Donation and Transplantation to Prevent and Combat Trafficking in Persons for the purpose of Organ Removal and Trafficking in Human Organs, /res/71/322. Preamble, p3. B. The means listed in the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol definition are the threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, abduction, fraud, deception, abuse of power or of a position of vulnerability, the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of person having control over another person. See European Parliament, 2015, Trafficking in Human Organs, p. 36-37. D. State v. Netcare KwaZulu Limited, United Office on Drugs and Crime, Case Law Database, Sherlock, URL, https://sherlock unadg.org/cld/case-law-doc/trafficking persons crime type/zaf/2010/ state_v._netcare_KwaZulu_limited.html. E-case material provided by member state, Armenia-1, for the 2014 Global Report on Trafficking in Persons. F. Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, 2013, Trafficking in Human Beings for the Purpose of Organ Removal in the OSH Region, Analysis and Findings, p6. G. Ambagshire, F. et al., 2016, Trafficking in Human Beings for the Purpose of Organ Removal, a Case Study Report, pp. 97-102, in Ambagshire, F. and Weimar, W. 2016, Trafficking in Human Beings for the Purpose of Organ Removal, Results and Recommendations, the HOT Project. H. Ibid. A European Parliament, 2015, Trafficking in Human Organs, pp. 36-37. L. Office of the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights. Report of the Special Rapporteur, on her mission to Jordan, /HRC/32/41/. Add.1, para 20. M. Budianis-Abari, Dia et al. 2014, Human Trafficking for Organ Removal in India, a Victim-Centered, Evidence-Based Report, Trans. Plantation, 97, 380-384. N. United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, 2015, Assessment Toolkit. Trafficking in Persons for the Purpose of Organ Removal, p. 28. Babies or trafficking in babies accounted for about 0.5% of the victims detected in 2016. Similar numbers were recorded for trafficking for forced criminal activity and trafficking for forced marriages, whereas trafficking for the purpose of exploitative begging accounted for about 1% of the detected victims. Other reported forms of exploitation are trafficking for the production of pornographic material and trafficking of children for use as child soldiers. While the numbers of detections are low, many of the other forms of exploitation are geographically wide. Spread. Trafficking for the purpose of exploitative begging, for example, was reported by about 20 countries in all the regions considered in this report. Trafficking for forced marriages was reported by a dozen countries across all regions. Trafficking for the purpose of criminal activity is mainly reported by countries in Europe and North America. Trafficking for mixed forms of exploitation is mainly GLOTiP_2018_book.in 31 December 2018 1949 and 13 seconds. 32. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Map 4 countries that report forms of exploitation other than forced labor and sexual exploitation. 2014 to 2016. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries shown on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Dashed lines represent undetermined boundaries. The dotted line represents approximately the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir agreed upon by India and Pakistan. The final status of Jammu and Kashmir has not yet been agreed upon by the parties. The final boundary between the Republic of Sudan and the Republic of South Sudan has not yet been determined. A dispute exists between the governments of Argentina and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland concerning sovereignty over the Falkland Islands, Malvinas. Trafficking for the purpose of. The boundaries shown on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Dashed lines represent undetermined boundaries. The dotted line represents approximately the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir agreed upon by India and Pakistan. The final status of Jammu and Kashmir has not yet been agreed upon by the parties. The final boundary between the Republic of Sudan and the Republic of South Sudan has not yet been determined. A dispute exists between the governments of Argentina and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland concerning sovereignty over the Falkland Islands, Malvinas. Organ removal. Forced /exploitative begging. Criminal activities. Illegal adoption /baby selling /mothers for child selling. Forced marriages. Pornography. Mixed labor and sexual exploitation. Reported by countries in the Americas, while trafficking of children for use as armed combatants is reported in a number of conflict and post-conflict countries. As these less commonly reported forms of exploitation are not explicitly mentioned in the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol, the distribution of these trafficking cases may, whether or not be related to national authorities, recognize these situations as forms of trafficking. As mentioned in the section on the profile of the victims, data from countries providing the information on victims' profile by forms of exploitation show that traffickers target victims according to the purpose of their intended exploitation. The vast majority of the detected victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation are females, in particular women. 68%, while girls account for 26%. Males, boys and men in equal proportions, together, account for some 6% of victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation. The gender profiles of detected victims who are trafficked for forced labor are more diverse, although men comprise the largest share. About 35% of these victims are females, more women than girls, while boys made up some 10%. Child victims, boys and girls, account for nearly 30% of the detected victims of both trafficking for sexual exploitation and for forced labor. Compared to trafficking for sexual exploitation and forced labor, far fewer victims of trafficking for other purposes are detected. Additionally, these forms are very diverse, ranging from trafficking for forced marriage to forced criminal activities. It appears that most trafficking for other purposes targets children to a greater extent than the other forms of exploitation. Age and sex profiles of the victims: women, men, girls and boys, and the form of exploitation among each group of victims was reported by 54 countries in different parts of the world. The information from these countries confirms the patterns resulting from the general analysis. Most victims detected in 2016 were adult women, about 45%, and to a lesser extent girls, who were trafficked for the purpose of sexual exploitation. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 32 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 13 seconds. 33. Global overview. As highlighted in different parts of the analysis, data on detected victims only refer to that visible part of human trafficking. Exploratory studies on the hidden part of trafficking, however, indicate that trafficking in women for sexual exploitation is the most prevalent form of trafficking. 5. United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and the Dutch National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Human Beings and Sexual Violence Against Children, 2017, monitoring Target 16.2 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, a multiple systems estimation of the numbers of presumed human trafficking victims in the Netherlands in 2010 to 2015 by year, age, gender, form of exploitation and nationality. Research brief UNID KENRM, p. 46-48, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, 2018, monitoring Target 16.2 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, multiple system TEMS estimation of the numbers of presumed victims of trafficking in persons, UNIDC research briefs on Ireland, Romania, Serbia. http://www.unidc.org/unidc/and-data-analysis/glotip.html. Fig. 21 Share of detected victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation, by age group and sex profiles, 2016, almost recent. 54 countries, N equals 6,603 victims. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Fig. 22 Share of detected victims of trafficking for forced labor, by age group and sex profiles, 2016, almost recent. 54 countries, N equals 3,408 victims. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. 68% 3%. 26% 3%. Sexual exploitation. Fig. 23 Share of detected victims of trafficking for other forms of exploitation, by age group and sex profiles, 2016. Almost recent. 54 countries, N equals 7 to 1 victims. Source: UNOD collaboration of national data. 20% 55%. 15% 10%. Forced labor. 34% 20%. 23% 23%. Other exploitations. Fig. 24 share of detected victims of trafficking by profile and forms of exploitation. 2016, or most recent. 54 countries, N equals 10,772 victims. Source: UNOD collaboration of national data. Other forms of exploitation. 45%. 4%. 17% girls for sexual exploitation. Women for sexual exploitation. Boys for forced labor. 7%. 3%. 5% girls for forced labor. Women for forced labor. 19% men for forced labor. GLOTiP _2018_book.inc 33 17th of December 2018 1949 and 13 seconds. 34. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. National studies to measure the magnitude of trafficking in persons. Previous editions of the Global Report have highlighted UNOD's eagerness to understand the dark figure of trafficking in persons. The 2016 edition presented multiple systems estimation, MSE, a methodology that permits the generation of estimates of hidden populations such as trafficking victims on the basis of sound national level data. UNOD is continuing to support countries in carrying out national studies of this type, which so far has resulted in victim estimates from 4 European countries. In 2017, the Dutch National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Human Beings and UNOD published a research brief B describing the process and results of an MSE study carried out on multi-year data with stratifications in multiple dimensions: sex, age, form of exploitation and Dutch or non-Dutch citizenship. The study found that there are 4 to 5 times as many presumed victims of trafficking as those that are detected. For 2015, the latest year for which data was available, this would mean 6,250 to 6,500 victims. In the Netherlands, the victimization rate, which is the measure requested by SDG indicator 16.2.2, is some 37 victims per 100,000 population. 3 other countries, Ireland, Romania and Serbia, have also carried out national MSE studies in partnership with UNOD and Walk Free Foundation. These studies have found victimization rates for the year 2015 ranging from 12 per 100,000 population in Serbia to just over 3 in Ireland, with Romania in between at 6. In terms of estimated numbers of victims, also for 2015, these are 830 in Serbia, 1,300 in Romania and 153 in Ireland. The estimates for Serbia and Romania also include citizens exploited outside of the country. In order to undertake an MSE study, countries need to detect a critical mass of victims of trafficking in persons. While there is some flexibility, around 80 victims per year is sufficient to produce reasonably solid results. Moreover, the country needs to be able to present at least 3 national-level lists of detected or presumed victims, preferably disaggregated by sex, age and form of exploitation. The lists can be shared with in anonymized form. These lists can come from different sources, including but not limited to police, prosecutors, migration authorities, victim assistance providers, shelters, local authorities or international organizations. In terms of policy impact, perhaps even more salient than uncovering the magnitude of trafficking is the method's ability to pinpoint the most hidden trafficking victims. The Dutch study drew on extensive and very detailed data, which meant that the findings were specific and robust. The most hidden victims in the Netherlands were found to be underage Dutch girls trafficked for sexual exploitation. This finding soon led to policy-level discussions as to whether enhanced trafficking awareness campaigns should be introduced in the country's schools. For the other 3 countries, the underlying data were not solid enough to draw profiles of the most hidden victims in those national contexts. However, some broader patterns emerged, including the finding that child victims appear to be more hidden than adults, implying that the detection of child trafficking is less likely than of adult trafficking. Moreover, the ratio between detected and estimated victims was lower in Ireland and Romania, 1.5 in both countries, meaning an estimated number of victims 50% larger than those detected, than in Serbia, 6.3, and the Netherlands, between 4 and 5. This could suggest that the chances of detection of trafficking cases are higher in Ireland and Romania than in the other 2 countries. MSE is a way for countries to understand the magnitude of their trafficking problem. A see text box on p47, UNODC, Global Report on Trafficking in Persons. 2016, United Nations publication, Sales No. E.16.4.6. Be available at www.unodc.org/GLOTiP. Hidden figure trafficking that takes place but is not detected. Number of detected victims. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 34 December 2018 19:49 and 14 seconds. 35. Global Overview I. Fig. 25 shares of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 70 countries, N equals 9,813. Source, UNODC elaboration of national data. Fig. 26 shares of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons, by sex, 2016. Or most recent. 68 countries, N equals 6,370. Source, UNODC elaboration of national data. 31% 69%. First contact. 35% 65%. Prosecuted. Profile of the offenders. An analysis of the sex of those persons reported to have been investigated or arrested, prosecuted, and / or convicted of trafficking in persons shows that the majority of traffickers continue to be males. In line with previous years, in 2016 just over 35% of those prosecuted for trafficking in persons were females. The share is similar For those coming into first contact with the police, usually ally by being investigated or arrested for trafficking, and larger for those who are convicted. The data on the profile of the victims also confirm regional differences that are in line with prior years. The sub-region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia continues to convict more females of trafficking in persons than males, and similar patterns are recorded in Central America and the Caribbean. In East Asia and the Pacific, females accounted for about half of all convicted trafficking offenders. Countries in Western and Central Europe report small shares of women offenders, just above 20%. Countries in the Americas as well as in Africa and the Middle East generally reported that women comprised a little more than 1/3 of those convicted of trafficking in persons. The differences in the sex profile of people convicted may reflect different approaches of the criminal justice systems in different regions. As a matter of capacity, developing countries may be able to convict only the lower ranks of the trafficking network, resulting in the conviction of those who normally control or recruit the victims, the so-called madams in some context of sexual exploitation. At the same time, these numbers may reflect different roles women have in the trafficking process and the geography connected to these roles. Qualitative studies show women traffickers are particularly active in the recruitment phase of human trafficking. 6. See page 30 of the UNODC Global Report on Trafficking in Persons. 2012, United Nations publication, Sales No. E.13.v.6. See pages 27 to 29 of the UNODC Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2014. United Nations publication, Sales No. E.14.v.10. See page 36 to 39. Of the UNODC Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2016, United Nations publication, Sales No. E.16.4.6. This could explain the significant difference in the sex profiles of perpetrators in origin and destination countries. 7. Reflected at all stages of criminal proceedings. The clear majority of traffickers convicted in 2016 were citizens of the country where they were convicted. Foreign traffickers accounted for about 1/3 of those convicted. Most of the foreign offenders were citizens of 7. It is not possible to make a rigid distinction between origin and destination countries. Moreover, domestic trafficking, which is detected in most countries across the world, makes countries' origins and destinations simultaneously. Even if only cross-border trafficking is considered, countries may belong to both categories. Indeed, most countries do, as they detect both outbound trafficking of own citizens and inbound trafficking of foreigners. Very few are exclusively origin or destination countries. For this reason, countries may be thought of as being more typical origin or more typical destination countries. While countries play both roles, the majority of the trafficking flows are either outbound, in the case of a more typical origin country, or inbound, more typical destination. Out of the 48 countries that provided information concerning the citizenship of the convicted, prosecuted, investigated or arrested offenders, 24 were considered to be more typical origin countries of cross-border trafficking, whereas 24 were considered more typical destination countries. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 35 the 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 14 seconds. 36. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Fig. 29 Share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in typical countries of origin, by sex. 2016, or most recent. 24 countries, N equals 3,339. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 30 Share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in typical countries of destination, by sex. 2016, or most recent. 24 countries, N equals 3,694. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 31 Share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in typical countries of origin, by sex. 2016, or most recent. 24 countries, N equals 2,429. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. 28%, 72%, 39%, 61%. Fig. 32 Share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in typical countries of destination, by sex. 2016, or most recent. 24 countries, N equals 2,534. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. 37%, 63%, 29%, 71%. Western and Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, East Asia and the Pacific, Central America and the Caribbean, North America, Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa and the Middle East. 0%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. South America. Males, females. Fig. 28 Share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons, by sex and sub-region. 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 27 Shares of persons convicted of trafficking in persons, by sex. 2016, or most recent. 58 countries, N equals 1,565. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. 38%, 62%. Convicted. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 36 the 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 14 seconds. 37. Global Overview I. Countries within the same region as the country of conviction. For the year 2016, in all other sub-regions where data were available, the data for North America and South Asia were too weak to include these sub-regions in the analysis. Citizens of the country of conviction comprised the vast majority of convicted offenders, with shares in excess of 70%. Exceptions to these general patterns were the countries in Western and Southern Europe, and the countries in the Middle East. Fig. 33 Shares of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in typical countries of origin, by sex. 2016, or most recent. 24 countries, N equals 497. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. 43%, 57%. Fig. 34 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in typical countries of destination, by sex. 2016, or most recent. 24 countries, N equals 499. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. 25% 75%. Fig. 35 shares of national and foreign citizens among convicted traffickers, relative to the country of conviction. 2016, or most recent. 76 countries, N equals 3,584. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. 70%. 9%. 21%. Foreign nationals. Within the region of convictions. Local nationals. Convicted. Total. Foreign nationals of other regions. Fig. 36 shares of national and foreign city citizens, relative to the convicting country, among convicted traffickers, by country of origin and destination. 2016, or most recent. 24 countries, N equals 497. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. 0%, 50%, 100%. Countries of origin. Countries of destination. National offenders. Foreign offenders. The larger participation of foreign traffickers in the countries of the Middle East and in Western and South Europe can be explained by the fact these are mainly destination areas for cross-border trafficking. Typical countries of origin generally convict few foreigners of trafficking in persons. On the contrary, countries of destination tend to record larger shares of convictions of foreign. Fig. 28 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons by sex and sub-region. 2016, or most recent. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 37 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 15 seconds. 38. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Fig. 37 shares of traffickers convicted in their country of citizenship, by sub-region, 2016. Or most recent. 76 countries, N equals 3,454 persons convicted. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. The Internet. Connecting trafficker and victim. Connections in cyberspace and use of social media networks have developed into the main ways for people to interact in modern societies. However, these opportunities also entail new risks. What may start out as an innocent interaction between individuals may develop into a case of trafficking in persons. The online domain has opened new pathways for traffickers to identify, contact and entrap victims in exploitative ploys. What is colloquially referred to as the Internet provides a broad array of social media platforms, most of which facilitate the sharing of pictures, text and / or video. Traffickers may take advantage of particular features of these platforms, such as encryption of messages, membership based on personalized profiles and hosting of groups of users with particular interests. They may also use Internet-based services to carry out anonymous online payments or to distribute Pornographic material. The many available ways of using the Internet makes it easier for traffickers to identify and get in contact with victims, and at the same time avoid detection by limiting physical interaction. Traffickers make use of social media networks in different ways. Opportunists who operate alone may use social media primarily to identify and get in contact with potential victims. One example, drawn from a prosecuted trafficking case in Canada, illustrates how a female trafficker used a social media platform to get in contact with a female victim. While she was searching for apartments online, they got in contact and arranged to meet within 24 hours of the first contact, underlining the aggressive pace of the deceptive ploy. During the meeting, the victim received a drink spiked with sedatives and was then sexually assaulted. The perpetrator recorded the assault on video, using the recording to coerce the victim into sexual exploitation, which lasted several months. The case shows how perpetrators sequence their actions by identifying victims on social media, creating dependency, and subsequently entrapping them in exploitative situations. Such cases have been reported from many regions. B. Other examples show how trafficking networks use social media applications. In one case, two traffickers from an Eastern European country were in charge of recruitment. They worked with other traffickers within and outside their sub-region. The recruiters based their approach on the use of a social media network where persons can create social groups and personalized profiles. They created fake profiles, joined groups and advertised lucrative jobs in order to get in contact with potential victims who aspired to working abroad in modeling. The traffickers recruited 100 girls and convinced them to share revealing pictures of themselves. The pictures were used to coerce them to travel to the trafficker's intended destination, where they were bought by another trafficker for $500 for each. The payments were made via a mobile payment application. The girls stayed at a hotel booked by a new group of traffickers, who used the pictures to coerce the girls into prostitution, eventually handing over half of their earnings. The traffickers never met the girls and were able to facilitate the trafficking online. C. In a similar case, traffickers used a social media network to publicize a fake job advertisement. The perpetrator's success fully contacted and convinced 15 people to travel to the Middle East, where they were sexually exploited. The case included not only online recruitment of victims, but also accomplices, such as someone to work locally as an enforcer. 41%, 80%, 98%, 84%, 84%, 89%, 85%, 10%, 0%, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Western and Southern Europe, Central and Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, East Asia and the Pacific, South America, Central America and the Caribbean, Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa and the Middle East. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 38 December 2018 19:49 and 15 seconds. 39. Global overview. Similar approaches have been used in other contexts where traffickers have contacted victims over the internet, deceived them into traveling abroad and, once isolated, exploited them. D. Other cases have involved victims, often children, who were used to produce child sexual abuse imagery, pornography, for online distribution. In some cases, the traffickers were parents, convicted for making child sexual abuse material, depicting their children and selling it online. In another case, child sexual abuse images and videos of children were recorded with mobile phones, uploaded, and sold on online platforms. The digital forensics investigation carried out for this case found more than 500,000 pictures of children under 10. The case was initially prosecuted under cyber crime legislation, and was later extended to include counts of trafficking in persons for sexual exploitation. F. These cases demonstrate how traffickers innovate and take advantage of new technologies to work in flexible ways, including extending their operations across borders. The use of internet-based applications has eased the process of identifying and contacting victims, the logistics of transferring money, and the coordination between different groups. Moreover, the anonymity and ease of use of many online services simplifies a transnational crime such as trafficking in persons. A case material provided by Canada Alberta Court of Queen's Bench. The perpetrator was sentenced to 8 years imprisonment for several individual charges including human trafficking. B. According to the cases collected for the Global Report, Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe, South America, Central America and North America all reported similar cases. See case material provided by Belarus, Pervomayski District Court, Minsk. 2 perpetrators were, respectively, sentenced to imprisonment for 3 years and payment of a fine of $3,730, and imprisonment for 2 years and 6 months and payment of a fine of $2,485. D. Case material provided by Israel, Haifa District Court. The female perpetrator was sentenced to 20 months in prison, fine and forfeiture of cash. The male perpetrator was sentenced to 6 months imprisonment to be served in community service and a fine. Case material provided by Australia, County Court of Victoria. The offender was sentenced to 22 years imprisonment. Case material provided by Georgia, Tbilisi City Court. Convictions for sentences between 11 and 14 years of imprisonments were reported in this case. F. Case material provided by Thailand, Court Region 5. The perpetrator was sentenced to 4 years imprisonment. Gauging the criminal income in trafficking in persons cases. As part of the questionnaire used to gather data for the BN Nile Global Report on Trafficking in Persons, UNAD asks countries to submit brief descriptions of cases of trafficking that have been prosecuted in their jurisdiction in recent years. For the present edition, some 180 cases were received from more than 40 countries. Of these, some 17 cases from 13 different countries contained specific information about the trafficker's income from the crime. In addition, a few cases from the data collection for the 2016 edition were also considered. None of the cases tackled the costs incurred by traffickers, which means that it is not possible to establish the criminal profits. The case with by far the largest reported criminal income dealt with trafficking for organ removal. It was the only case involving this form of exploitation. A senior physician working in a public hospital in a Central American country was convicted of this form of trafficking, having recruited an organ donor living in deep poverty who received a payment of $10,000. The organ was removed from the victim and then transplanted into a recipient from a Western European country, for a fee of $200,000. This trafficker was a qualified medical doctor and had access to a private clinic where the surgeries could be carried out. The requirements in terms of skills and equipment rule this particular form of trafficking out for most potential traffic. As it is nonetheless potentially very lucrative, considering the long waiting lists for organ transplants in many countries. Most of the cases reported to UNODC dealt with trafficking for sexual exploitation. In all these cases, the traffickers controlled the victims and forced them to hand over either all or a significant portion of their profits. They used other methods as well, such as imposing large debts when the victims had traveled to their place of exploitation, extracting fines for a range of insignificant or invented misconduct, and or obliging women engaging in commercial sex in the streets to pay a daily fee for the right to occupy a particular location. The largest income is reported from highly developed countries. In one Western European country, customers had to pay a minimum of €50 for a half-hour erotic massage and €130 for intercourse. A Southern European country reports a price of €120 for half an hour, including intercourse. Such prices have the potential to generate large incomes for traffickers. In a Central European country, for example, a trafficker earned at least €7,000 from forcing one victim into involvement in commercial sex for 5 weeks. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 39 17 December 2018 19:49 and 15 seconds. 40. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. In other parts of the world, however, the potential income of commercial sex is lower. In a country in South Caucasus and a country in Central America, the price for intercourse is reported to range between $20 and $25. Even if the victim is forced to service 4 customers per night, 7 days a week, and assuming the traffickers confiscate the entire payments, in 1 week, the criminal income would amount to a maximum of $630. The profit potential varies considerably, seemingly in line with the level of development of the country where the exploitation takes place. Another form of trafficking that illustrates the variations in criminal income is trafficking for begging. In Eastern Europe and Central Asia, 3 cases described a daily criminal income per victim of some $8-10 per day, whereas In a case from Western and Southern Europe, a victim trafficked for begging was forced to earn some euro 300-500 per day for the traffickers. Another case from Western and Southern Europe involved a disabled victim who was first exploited in a country in Southeastern Europe. There, the forced begging brought income of approximately 150 euros per day that the traffickers confiscated. After about a month, the victim was moved to a Western European country, where the daily long hours of begging generated income of euro 300-1,000 per day for the traffickers. The evidence from these cases can only provide a rough indication of the potential criminal income from trafficking for a few forms of exploitation in some areas. The information presented in the map is drawn from a small sample of cases which is not representative of all trafficking cases in the respective areas. Nonetheless, the information illustrates that the criminal income from trafficking in persons varies significantly in terms of the forms of exploitation as well as the location where the exploitation takes place. Sexual exploitation, organ removal, begging, forced crime, stealing, illegal adoption, sale of women, purpose not stated, East Asia, and the Pacific, Central America, and the Caribbean, North America, Western and Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, Central and South Eastern Europe. One case, $390 per day. One case, $5 per act. $190,000 per act. 3 cases, euro 25-65 per act. 1,000 euros per day. $240 per day. 2 cases, euro 300-500 per day. Euro 300-1,000 per day. 750 euros per day. 2 cases, 200 euros per day. $150 per day. 2 cases, $7-21 per act. $14 per act. 3 cases, $9 per day. $8 per day. $10 per day. $2,200 per act. 3 cases, $1,600 per act. $2,800 per act. $12,400 per act. Source: based on 17 criminal cases reported by 13 countries to UNODC. Criminal income earned from the exploitation of trafficking victims, by sub-region. And by type of exploitation, USD $, or Euro per victim per day or per act. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 17 December 2018 19:49 and 15 seconds. 41. Global overview of being exploited abroad, but detected before leaving the country. The increasing detection of domestic victims could also be explained in terms of an increased awareness among relevant authorities about domestic trafficking, or in terms of a broadening jurisprudence. National authorities may be prosecuting under the offense of trafficking in persons. Some cases, which would have been previously recorded under other criminal offenses, such as pandering or exploitative labor conditions. The share of detected domestic victims is very high compared to foreign victims in nearly all areas of the world. excluding Western and Central Europe, the Middle East. Trafficking flows. The aggregated global figure shows that most detected trafficking victims globally are citizens of the countries where they are detected. In 2016, more than half of the victims whose citizenships were reported were detected in their own countries. This pattern, however, changes in the different regions considered. A relevant share of the detected victims is trafficked within the same region, with most of these victims trafficked within the same sub-region, for example, within North American countries, or within sub-Saharan Africa. Less than one victim out of every 10 detected in 2016 were trafficked transregionally. For example, victims were trafficked from South Asia to the Middle East, or from East Asia to Western and Southern Europe. Since 2010, there has been a significant and steady increase in the share of victims detected within their own countries' borders. The share of identified domestic victims has more than doubled over the last few years, from 27% to 58% in 2016. This marked increase could reflect an increased volume of people trafficked in their own countries. In countries characterized to be more typically destinations of cross-border trafficking, this may be the result of improved controls at borders, hence more difficulties to traffic victims from abroad. In typical origin countries, improved border controls could also result in more victims being intercepted during the process to be transferred abroad. In this scenario, victims could be recruited for the purpose. Fig. 38 share of detected victims by area of origin and detection *. 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. Estimate based on 16,159 detected victims whose citizenship was reported by 90 countries. From other sub-region: 58%, 9%, 28% within same sub-region, 5% within same region. Men. Victims detected within their own borders. Fig. 39 trend in the share of detected domestic victims, 2010 to 2016. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. 27%, 34%, 43%, 58%, 0%, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. 2010, 2012, 2014, 2016. Share of detected domestic victims. Fig. 40 number of victims by area of origin and of detection by region, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. 0. 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, 5000, 6000, 7000, 8000. Europe and Central Asia, the Americas, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific, Africa and Middle East. Victims detected within their own country borders. Within same subregion. Within same region. From other regions. GLOTiP_2018_book.inp 41 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 16 seconds. 42. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. And in the affluent countries of East Asia, where the number of foreign victims detected are higher. Moreover, Western and Southern Europe, the affluent countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council in the Middle East, as well as North America are destinations with significant levels of inbound trafficking from other regions. Repatriation data 8 can highlight trafficking flows that are not captured by detection data. Overall, this data confirms the general characteristics of trafficking flows. Most trafficking flows are of limited geographical reach. Repatriation data only refer to cross-border trafficking. A victim of domestic trafficking cannot be repatriated. These results are in line with the 2012 and 2014 data, showing that in many countries victims are usually trafficked within the same subregion. When victims are repatriated from other areas, these are generally in geographic proximity. North African victims, for instance, are repatriated from the Middle East or from Western Europe. Sub-Saharan Africans are trafficked to and repatriated from other countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, but also from North Africa and the Middle East. In addition to highlighting flows that are not captured by detection data, repatriation data can also help shed light on trafficking flows. Information not easily gleaned only. 8. Repatriation data refer to countries reporting own citizens detected as victim of trafficking in persons in another country and repatriated. The UNODC questionnaire used for this report inquires national authorities about the number of own citizens repatriated per year. It further inquiries on the countries these victims were repatriated from. This information is used as a proxy for the destinations of these trafficking victims. From detection data from destination countries can particularly provide information on those destination countries which do not report trafficking cases. For example, repatriation data reveal a trafficking flow from Sub-Saharan Africa towards the Middle East and North Africa. Similarly, repatriation data show trafficking flows directed from Sub-Saharan Africa to Eastern Europe, and Eastern Europeans trafficked to Southeast Asia. Repatriation data also reveal that South American victims are trafficked to East Asia, and victims from Central and Southeastern Europe are trafficked to Eastern Europe. Considering data on detection and repatriation together shows that Western and Southern Europe, the Middle East and North America attract victims from a variety of from other regions. 77%, 9%, 14% from nearby subregion. Repatriated from same subregion. Fig. 41 share of victims detected within their own country's borders, by subregion, 2016, or most recent. Source, UNODC elaboration of national data. 23%, 47%, 76%, 94%, 39%, 67%, 32%, 68%, 70%, 77%. 0%, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Western and Southern Europe. Central and Southeastern Europe. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. South Asia. East Asia and the Pacific. Sub-Saharan Africa. North Africa and the Middle East. North America. Central America and the Caribbean. South America. Fig. 42 shares of victims of trafficking repatriated to their country of origin, by repatriating country, 2014 to 2017. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. GLOTiP_2018_book.inc 42 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 16 seconds. 43. Global Overview I. Map 5 Share of detected victims by area origin and of detection, by subregion, 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. The boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Within the same subregion, including domestic victims. Across subregions. Across regions. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on the map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. North America. 11%, 76%, 13%. Central America. And the Caribbean. 25%, 75%. South America. 7%, 93%. Sub-Saharan Africa. 99%, 1%. South Asia, East Asia. And the Pacific. 3%, 97%. Eastern Europe. And Central Asia. 100%. Central and South Eastern Europe. 39%, 56%, 5%. North Africa and the Middle East. 11%, 51%, 38%. Western and Southern Europe. 38%, 25%, 37%. 99%, 1%. Fig. 43 shares of victims of trafficking who were repatriated to their country of origin, by victims. Region of origin and trafficking destination, 2014 to 2017. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. 77%. 73%. 95%. 73%. 83%. 36%. 58%. 20%. 16%. 12%. 6%. 50%. 1%. 3%. 12%. 5%. 15%. 11%. 14%. 41%. 0%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Central and Southeastern Europeans. Eastern Europeans and Central Asians. East Asians. South Americans. Central Americans. Sub-Saharan Africans. North Africans and Middle Easterners. Repatriated from same subregion. From nearby subregion. From other regions. GLOTiP_2018_book.inp 43 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 16 seconds. 44. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Map 6 Main Detected Transregional Trafficking Flows, 2014 to 2017. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. The boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Transregional flows, detected victims in destination countries. Transregional flows, less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. Transregional flows, victims repatriated from destination countries. East Asia and the Pacific. Sub-Saharan Africa. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. South Asia. Western and Southern Europe. North America. The Middle East. Central America and the Caribbean. Central and Southeastern Europe. North America. East Asia and the Pacific. South Asia. South America. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on the map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Fig. 44 Number of citizenships among victims detected in destination countries, by sub-region of detection, 2014 to 2017. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. 124. 96. 45. 41. 38. 35. 30. 21. 18. 7. 0 20 40 60 80 100 120 140. Western and Southern Europe. North America. North Africa and the Middle East. Central and Southeastern Europe. Sub-Saharan Africa. East Asia and the Pacific. South America. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Central America. South Asia. GLOTiP_2018_book.inp 44 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 17 seconds. 45. Global Overview I. Origins. There is a wide range of citizenships among the victims detected in these three sub-regions. Affluent countries in other areas, including in Eastern Europe and East Asia, are also destinations for some trafficking flows from distant origins. Many short-range trans-regional flows, such as between Central and South America, Central and Eastern Europe, Sub-Saharan Africa, and North Africa, also seem to be significant. Institutional response. As of August 2018, 168 countries among the 181 assessed have legislation in place that criminalizes trafficking in persons broadly in line with the United Nations Trafficking in Persons Protocol, the first global legally binding instrument with an agreed definition of trafficking in persons. 9 entered into force in 2003. Between August 2016 and August 2018, one country adopted new trafficking legislation and 5 additional countries amended it from partial compliance to being fully in line with the definition of trafficking of the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol. For 12 of the 193 United Nations member states, the status of their trafficking legislation is unknown to UNODC. Another 9 countries have anti-trafficking legislation that only criminalize some aspects of the trafficking definition, for example, only trafficking for sexual exploitation, or trafficking in children. 4 countries have criminal codes that do not include the offense of trafficking in persons. A few countries in West and Southern Africa as well as some small African island states either lack trafficking legislation or have partial legislative coverage. However, the last 6 years have brought rapid improvements, as some 15 countries amended their criminal codes to introduce a trafficking offense in line with the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol definition. In North Africa and the Middle East, only a couple of countries have not yet introduced specific trafficking legislation. Most European countries introduced the offense of trafficking before 2004. Most Asian countries introduced trafficking legislation between 2004 and 2012, and similar measures were followed by countries in the Americas. Countries in Africa and the Middle East have a more recent anti-trafficking legislative framework. 9 Protocol to prevent, suppress and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children, supplementing the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. The criminal justice response to trafficking in persons follows geographical patterns that seem to be connected to the time of introduction of national trafficking legislation. For example, most countries in sub-Saharan Africa are recording a limited number of convictions, with some countries registering no convictions at all during the reporting period, 2014 to 2017. As discussed in the first section of the report, the total number of convictions recorded has generally increased. Over the past 10 years, the share of countries recording no convictions declined from 15% to 9%. Some countries recorded their first convictions during the 2014 to 2016 period, reflected in the increasing size of the group recording from 1 up to 10 convictions per year. The group of countries reporting 11 to 50 convictions has increased significantly in recent years. Fig. 45 share of countries according to the number of convictions recorded per year, by reporting period, 2007 to 2017. Source: UNODC Elaboration of National Data. 0%, 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%, 35%. No convictions recorded. Between 1 and 10 convictions. Between 11 and 50 convictions. More than 50 convictions. 2007 to 2010. 2010 to 2012. 2012 to 2014. 2014 to 2017. GLOTiP _2018_book.inp 45 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 17 seconds. 46. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Fig. 46 Criminalization of trafficking in persons with a specific offense covering all or some forms. As defined in the UN Protocol, shares of countries 2003 to 2018. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. 18%, 54%, 76%, 83%, 88%, 93%, 23%, 19%, 14%, 11%, 9%, 5%, 59%, 27%, 10%, 6%, 3%, 2%, 0%, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. December 03. November 08. August 2012. August 2014. August 2016. August 2018. Covers most / all forms partial no specific offense. Fig. 47 Number of countries reporting trafficking convictions, by region and number of convictions, 2014 to 2017. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. 05 10 15 20 25 30. Western and Southern Europe. Central and Southeastern Europe. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. South Asia. East Asia and the Pacific Sea. South America. Central America and the Caribbean. North America. Sub-Saharan Africa. North Africa and Middle East. Information not available. More than 50 convictions. Between 11 and 50 convictions. Between 1 and 10 convictions. No convictions recorded. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 46 17th of December 2018 1949 and 17 seconds. 47. Global Overview I. 0. 20. 40. 60. 80. 100. Non-official official. Forged documents, %. No forged documents. Forged documents. 0. 20. 40. 60. 80. 100. Non-official official. Exploitation en route, %. Not exploited en exploited route. Exploited en route. 0. 20. 40. 60. 80. 100. Non-official official. Exploitation type, %. Labor sexual other. 0. 20. 40. 60. 80. 100. Adult child. Majority status, %. Non-official, % official. Figure A. Figure B. Figure C. Figure D. 0. 20. 40. 60. 80. 100. Non-official official. Forged documents, %. No forged documents. Forge do cume. 0. 20. 40. 60. 80. 100. Non-official official. Exploitation en route, %. Not exploited en route. 0. 20. 40. 60. 80. 100. Non-official official. Exploitation type, percent. Labor. 0. 20. 40. 60. 80. 100. Adult child. Majority status, percent. Percent non-official official. Figure A. Figure B. Figure C. Figure D. Source, IOM-CTDC. The International Organization for Migration's Counter-Trafficking. Data collaborative. Text and data contributed by the International Organization for Migration. In 2017, the International Organization for Migration, IOM, launched the Counter-Trafficking Data Collaborative, CTDC, the first global data hub on human trafficking, with data contributed by counter-trafficking organizations from around the world. CTDC combines the three biggest case-level victim of human trafficking data sets from IOM, Polaris and Liberty Asia, resulting in one centralized dataset with information on over 90,000 victims of human trafficking, with 169 nationalities exploited in 172 countries, facilitating an unparalleled level of access. CTDC regularly publishes thematic visual analysis on the site, and allows researchers to carry out their own analysis through downloading the publicly available, anonymized version of the dataset. Recently published data on CTDC has yielded new insights into the journey routes victims of trafficking take. Based on data on individuals assisted by IOM, the analysis reveals key characteristics of trafficked victims' journeys. Importantly, these data indicate that among victims assisted, nearly 80% of international trafficking journeys cross through official border points, such as airports and land border control points. Crossing at an official border point does not necessarily mean that victims are crossing the border regularly. In 9% of cases, victims travel with forged documents, figure A. In addition, those trafficked through official border points are almost as likely to be exploited during their journey as those who are trafficked through unofficial border points. Those who are not exploited during their journey may be unaware that they will be exploited once they arrive at their destination, figure B. The profile of victims can differ significantly depending on whether they pass through official or non-official border points. For instance, children are less likely to be trafficked through official border points. Out of all the children in the sample, non-official border points are used in 44% of cases, against 20% for adults, figure C. In addition, victims of trafficking for labor exploitation are more likely to pass through official border points than victims of sexual exploitation. Trafficking for labor exploitation makes up 83% of official border crossings, while trafficking for sexual exploitation makes up only 15% of official border crossings. Figure D. There are also differences in the modes of transport used by victims, with about a third of official border points crossed by bus, another third by train, and 20% by plane. In comparison, unofficial borders are crossed mainly by car, 28%, bus, 26%, and train, 15%. Victims trafficked through non-official border points also tend to be trafficked for a longer period of time, 25% of them are trafficked for more than 2 years, while the same figure for victims trafficked through official border points is 19%. GLOTiP 2018 book.in 47 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 18 seconds. GLOTiP 2018 book.in 48 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 19 seconds. GLOTiP 2018 book.in 49 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 20 seconds. GLOTiP 2018 book.in 50 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 20 seconds. 51. Chapter 2. Regional Overviews. Western and Southern Europe 10. Profile of the victims. While most of the trafficking victims detected in this sub-region are women, 52%, the share of men appears to continue to increase. The United Kingdom reported a greater share of victims who were men than women in 2016. Conversely, some others, Austria, Germany and Norway, reported decreasing numbers of men among the detected trafficking victims. The share of detected child victims, 25%, has not changed significantly since 2014. Forms of exploitation. Trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation used to be the most commonly detected form in this sub-region, 66% of total detected victims. Trafficking for forced labor accounts for less than 1/3 of the detected victims. In addition, 2 detected victims had been trafficked for the purpose of organ removal. Belgium and the United Kingdom reported having detected more victims of trafficking for forced labor than for sexual exploitation. The sub-regional breakdown of the detected forms of exploitation did not significantly change compared to 2014. A slight reduction was found for the share of detected victims trafficked for forced labor, from 30% in 2014 to 27% in 2016, and an increase for other forms of trafficking, from 4% to 7%. The vast majority of detected victims of sexual exploitation continue to be women, reaching nearly 72% in 2016. Looking at detected male victims trafficked for sexual exploitation. In general, there tends to be more men than boys. The other forms of exploitation detected in this sub-region included trafficking for exploitation in begging, forced criminality, and forced or sham marriage. In 2016, for example, Spain reported having detected 15 victims who were trafficked for the purpose of forced criminal activities, while Greece reported 11 victims of trafficking for forced begging and Cyprus detected 17 victims of trafficking for sham marriage. 10. This sub-region consists of the following countries: Andorra, Austria, Belgium, Cyprus, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey and the United Kingdom. Fig. 48. Share of detected victims of trafficking in Western and Southern Europe * by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. Asterisk based on information on the sex and age for 5,522 victims detected in 20 countries in Western and Southern Europe. Fig. 49 share of detected victims of trafficking in Western and Southern Europe asterisk. By forms of exploitation, 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Asterisk based on information on the form of exploitation for more than 5,500 victims detected in 18 countries in Western and Southern Europe. Trafficking for other purposes. 66%. 7%. 27%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Western and Southern Europe. 52%, 23%. 19%, 6%. Western and Southern Europe. Profile of the offenders 11. The vast majority of those suspected, prosecuted, or convicted of trafficking in persons in this sub-region are males. In 2016, the share of males was more than twice as large as that of females investigated or arrested, prosecuted, or 11 in Western and Southern Europe. 12 countries reported the sex of 12,226 people investigated for trafficking in persons. 9 countries reported the sex of 6,055 people prosecuted for this crime, while 8 countries reported on 1,305 people convicted, all between 2014 and 2017. GLOTiP_2018_book.inp 51 17 December 2018 19:49 and 20 seconds. 52. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Convicted. In terms of convictions, out of the 310 persons who were convicted in the 8 countries that reported the sex of traffickers, 76% were males. The ratio of males to females prosecuted and convicted remained close to that of the last reporting period. Most of the traffickers who are convicted in the first court instance in Western and Southern Europe are foreigners in the countries where they were convicted. This was true for about 59% of those convicted in the sub-region. In 2016, these foreigners are mainly other European citizens, generally from Southeastern Europe, from other Western and Southern European countries, or from Central Europe. Compared to 2014, the share of Europeans among foreign traffickers convicted in Western and Southern Europe seems to have increased from 74 to 81%. Fig. 50 share of detected victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation in Western and Southern Europe, by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. 13 countries. N equals 2,419 victims. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Fig. 51 share of detected victims of trafficking for forced labor in Western and Southern Europe, by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. 13 countries, N equals 949 victims. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. 72% 7%. 18% 3%. Western and Southern Europe. 23% 70%. 2% 5%. Western and Southern Europe. Fig. 52 share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in Western and Southern Europe, by sex. 2016, or most recent. 11 countries, N equals 4,513. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Fig. 53 share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in Western and Southern Europe, by sex, 2016. Or most recent. 9 countries, N equals 1,864. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Fig. 54 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in Western and South Europe, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 8 countries, N equals 310 persons convicted. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. 27% 73%. Western and Southern Europe. 31% 69%. Western and Southern Europe. 24% 76%. Western and Southern Europe. GLOTiP _2018 _book.inp 52 December 2018 1949 and 21 seconds. 53. Western and Southern Europe 2. Map 7 share of traffickers convicted in Western and Southern Europe, by area of citizenship. 2016, or most recent. 10 countries, N equals 1,015 persons convicted. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Southeastern Europe. National offenders 41%. And foreign offenders within the sub-region 10%. Western and Southern Europe, East Asia, and the Pacific. Citizenship of convicted traffickers 9%, 51%. Africa and the Middle East 8%, 26%. South Asia. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Fig. 55 trend in the shares of traffickers convicted in Western and Southern Europe, by area of citizenship, 2014 and 2016. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Trafficking flows affecting Western and Southern Europe. In line with the global trend, the detection of own nation as trafficking victims has been increasingly recorded across the countries of Western and Southern Europe. As for cross-border trafficking, the main origins of inbound flows remain the countries in Central and Southeastern Europe, although the detection of these flows has declined markedly compared to 2012 and 2014. Victims from Southeastern Europe have been recorded in large numbers in almost every part of this sub-region. Victims from Central Europe are also detected in many parts of Western and Southern Europe, though to a lesser extent. Some Western European countries report having detected victims from the Baltic countries of Latvia and Lithuania, with larger numbers in the United Kingdom. It appears that countries in Western and Southern Europe are increasingly detecting victims from other affluent countries in this sub-region. Outside of the region of Western and Central Europe, Sub-Saharan Africa remains the most relevant origin of detected trafficking flows into Western and Southern Europe. 40%, 41%, 4%, 10%, 2%, 4%, 28%, 26%, 2%, 1%, 6%, 8%, 5%, 1%, 13%, 9%, 0%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. 2014, 2016. National offenders. Foreigners, Western and Southern Europe, Central Europe, Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, East and South Asia, the Americas, Africa and the Middle East. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 53 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 21 seconds. 54. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. The share of detected victims with citizenships from this part of the world has increased somewhat in recent years. Among sub-Saharan African victims, the largest part of this flow consists of victims trafficked from West Africa. Victims from West Africa comprised about 16% of the victims detected in Western and Southern Europe. In 2016, these victims have been detected in almost every country of this sub-region. Detected victims from East Africa mainly originate from the Horn of Africa. Few victims are trafficked from Southern Africa to Western and Southern Europe. Victims from East Asia and the Pacific account for less than 10% of the total, but they are detected, even if in small numbers, in most countries of this sub-region. Most of the detected victims from East Asia come from Southeast Asia, from the Philippines, Thailand and to a lesser extent, from China and Vietnam. Compared to previous years, detections of victims with these citizenships appear to have become more frequent. Victims from South Asia and Southwest Asia are also detected in many parts of Western and Southern Europe. They account for about 5% of the total detected victims in this sub-region. Victims are trafficked from most South Asian countries, including Bangladesh, India, and Fig. 56 trends in share of trafficking victims detected in Western and Southern Europe by major areas of origin. 2009 to 2016. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Map 8 Share of trafficking victims detected in Western and Southern Europe, by major areas of origin, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Based on information on the citizenship of 3,225 detected victims detected in 18 countries in Western and Southern Europe. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Central and Southeastern Europe. Domestic, within countries, 23%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 2%. South America, Western and Southern Europe, East Asia, and the Pacific, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia. Flows, detected victims in destination countries. Flows, less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. 25%. North Africa and the Middle East. 33%. 9%. South Asia. East Africa. 16%. West Africa. 5%. 5%. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. 23%. 17%. 20%. 25%. 35%. 40%. 47%. 33%. 19%. 18%. 16%. 20%. 7%. 7%. 7%. 9%. 16%. 18%. 10%. 13%. 0%. 10%. 20%. 30%. 40%. 50%. 60%. 70%. 80%. 90%. 100%. 2009, 2012, 2014, 2016. Other regions. East Asia and the Pacific. Sub-Saharan Africa. Central and Southeastern Europe. Domestic and sub-regional. Pakistan, and to a limited extent also from Nepal and Sri Lanka. Victims from Afghanistan have been detected in the Nordic countries, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. GLOTiP_2018_book.inp 54 December 2018 19:49 and 21 seconds. 55. Western and Southern Europe too. In recent years, victims from Eastern Europe and Central Asia have been increasingly detected in Western and Southern Europe. Victims of other Eastern European and Central Asian citizenships are mainly reported in Turkey. Victims from the Americas are less frequently detected than in the past. Currently, this trafficking flow appears to be very limited. Criminalizing trafficking in persons. Most of the countries of Western and Southern Europe introduced the specific offense of trafficking in persons after the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol entered into force in December 2003. By November 2008, most of these countries had legislation criminalizing trafficking in persons as defined in the protocol. Fig. 57 trend in the number of countries in Western and Southern Europe introducing a specific offense on trafficking in persons, December 2003 August 2016. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 58 Number of countries in Western and Southern Europe, by number of trafficking convictions, 2014 to 2017, 1 year within the period. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. 6. 21. 23 23 24. 18. 3. 11. 0. 5. 10. 15. 20. December 03 November 08 August 12 August 14 August 16. Most /all forms no or partial offense. No information. 5. 2. 10 11 to 50 convictions. More than 50 convictions. 2. 3. 1 to 10 convictions. No convictions recorded. Fig. 59 subregions by their average trafficking in persons conviction rates, horizontal axis, and victims detection rate, vertical axis, in 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. The Americas. Africa and the Middle East. Western and Southern Europe. Central and South Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. 0. 0.2. 0.4. 0.6. 0.8. 1. 1.2. 1.4. 1.6. 1.8. 0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6. Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. GLOTiP _2018_book.inp 55 17 December 2018 19:49 and 21 seconds. 56. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Also in this sub-region, as for Western and Southern Europe as well as globally, a reduction in the share of detected victims who were trafficked for forced labor can be observed compared to the victims detected in 2014. From 23 to 17%. For sexual exploitation, there appears to have been an increase, from 65 to 70%, over the same period. The vast majority of detected victims who have been trafficked for sexual exploitation in this sub-region continue. The majority of the countries in this sub-region recorded a number of convictions between 11 and 50, while 5 countries recorded more than 50 per year in any of the years considered, 2014 to 2017. No convictions were recorded in small Western European city-states / countries. The number of convictions per capita also shows a more decisive criminal justice response than in most other regions of the world. The conviction rate recorded in Western and Southern Europe is higher than rates recorded in East and South Asia, Africa and the Middle East and the Americas, and lower than those recorded in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. The number of detected victims per 100,000 people is among the highest in the world, at the same level of detection rates recorded in North America, Central and Southeastern Europe. 12. Profile of the victims. Countries in this sub-region detect fewer male victims than the global average. About 4 in 5 detected trafficking victims were females in 2016. However, some countries, Lithuania, Romania, and Slovakia, reported more or less the same number of women and men among the detected victims. In terms of trends, compared to 2014, it appears that the share of detected child victims in Central and Southeast Europe, particularly girls, is increasing, whereas the share of men is decreasing. Some countries, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Hungary and Romania, reported having detected more child victims than adults in the period coincided. In a longer-term perspective, going back to 2014, there has been a significant reduction in the shares of men among detected victims in this sub-region, while there are increased shares of child victims. Forms of exploitation. In Central and Southeastern Europe, 70% of the total detected victims are trafficked for sexual exploitation. 1/3 of the victims are trafficked for forced labor or for other purposes. 12. This sub-region consists of the following countries: Czechia, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland and Slovakia, Central Europe, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Montenegro, Romania, Serbia, Slovenia and the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. Southeastern Europe. Fig. 60 share of detected victims of trafficking in Central and Southeastern Europe by age group and sex, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNOD collaboration of national data. Based on information on the sex and age of more than 1,900 victims of trafficking in persons detected in 15 countries in Central and South Eastern Europe. Fig. 61 share of detected victims of trafficking in Central and Southeastern EU. Rope, by forms of exploitation, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNOD collaboration of national data. Based on information on the form of exploitation for 1,382 victims of trafficking in persons detected in 14 countries in Central and South Eastern Europe. 51% 15%. 29% 5%. Central and Southeastern Europe. Trafficking for other purposes. 70%. 13%. 17%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Central Europe and the Balkans. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 56 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 22 seconds. 57. Central and Southeastern Europe 2. Fig. 64 share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in Central and Southeastern Europe by sex, 2016, or most recent. 13 countries, N equals 840. Source: UNOD collaboration of national data. Fig. 65 share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in Central and Southeastern Europe by sex, 2016. Or most recent. 12 countries, N equals 764. Source: UNOD collaboration of national data. Fig. 63 share of detected victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation in Central and Southeastern Europe, by age group and sex of the victims, 2016. Or most recent. 10 countries, N equals 930 victims. Source: UNOD collaboration of national data. To be females. This number mostly comprises women, but Hungary reported detecting more girls as victims of this form of trafficking. Males are detected in far smaller numbers. However, boys tend to be trafficked for sexual exploitation more than men. Trafficking for forced labor mainly affects men. However, the percentage of female victims, largely women, is relatively high, amounting to about 43% of victims of this form of trafficking. As for forms of trafficking different from sexual exploitation or forced labor, 5 victims of trafficking for the purpose of organ removal were reported in this sub-region. Between 2014 and 2017, victims were also trafficked for other purposes including sale of children, forced begging and criminal activity. Trafficking for begging was recorded in the Western Balkans, as well as in other parts of this sub-region. Trafficking for criminal activity was reported by the Baltic countries, and also by countries in the Western Balkans. There were also reports of pregnant women and girls who were trafficked for the purpose of selling their children. Profile of the offenders. As in other parts of Europe, far more men are investigated, prosecuted and or convicted of trafficking in persons in Central and Southeastern Europe than women. The vast majority of the people convicted of trafficking in persons in this sub-region are citizens of the country of conviction, 80%, or of neighboring countries in Central and Southeastern Europe or Eastern Europe. Fig. 62 share of detected victims of trafficking for forced labor in Central and Southeastern Europe, by age group and sex of the victims, 2016, or most recent. 10 countries, N equals 201 victims. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. 65% 2%. 28% 5%. Central and Southeastern Europe. 43% 52%. 2% 3%. Central and Southeastern Europe. 23% 77%. Central and Southeastern Europe. 22% 78%. Central and Southeastern Europe. GLOTiP _2018_book.inc 57 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 22 seconds. 58. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Fig. 68 Comparison of the shares of national and foreign citizens convicted in Western and Southern Europe and in Central and Southeastern Europe. 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Fig. 67 shares of offenders convicted in Central and Southeastern Europe. By area of citizenship, 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. The chart above shows the difference in the citizenship profiles of convicted traffickers in Western and Southern Europe, and in Central and Southeastern Europe, in connection with the different positions these two sub-regions have in the trafficking process, one primarily a destination for trafficking victims, the other primarily an origin. Trafficking flows affecting Central and Southeastern Europe. Central and Southeastern Europe is primarily a sub-region of origin for detected victims who are trafficked to other European countries. Victims from this sub-region are detected in large numbers in Western and Southern Europe as well as in other countries within Central and Southeastern Europe. Repatriation data also reveal a flow from Central and Southeastern Europe to Eastern Europe. These regional flows are detected in large numbers, while it is very rare to find detected victims from Central and Southeastern Europe in other parts of the world. This subregion is also a destination for victims of trafficking. Large numbers of the victims detected here are citizens of the country of detection. Significant detected flows originate from Eastern Europe, including the one from Ukraine, often directed to Poland and other countries in Central Europe. Within the subregion, Czechia and Poland are mainly destinations for victims originating from Southeastern Europe. Victims from East and South Asia have been detected in the more affluent countries of this subregion. Criminalizing trafficking in persons. All countries in Central and Southeastern Europe introduced an offense of trafficking in persons in line with the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol by August 2012. Most of them had already introduced such an offense before the entry into force of the protocol in December 2003. Many of the countries in this subregion have long-standing legislation regarding trafficking in persons. The majority of the countries in Central and South Eastern Europe recorded a number of convictions between 11 and 50 or above in any of the years considered, 2014, 2017. In the other countries, less than 10 convictions were recorded or no information was available. 18% 82%. Central and Southeastern Europe. Western and Southern Europe. 41%. Western and Southern Europe. 59%. Central and Southeastern Europe. 80%. Central and Southeastern Europe. 20%. 0%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. National offenders. Foreign offenders. National offenders. 14%. 80%. Foreigners. Central and South Eastern Europe. 1%. 5%. Others. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Central Europe and the Balkans. Fig. 66 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons, in Central and South Eastern Europe, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 10 countries, N equals 141. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. GLOTiP _2018_book.inc 58 17 December 2018 19:49 and 22 seconds. 59. Central and Southeastern Europe 2. The rate of victim detection per 100,000 people in this subregion is among the highest in the world, second only to Central American countries. These countries detect more victims per capita than countries in Western or Eastern Europe, but the conviction rates are much lower than the other European subregions. Still, countries in Central and Southeastern Europe record higher conviction rates compared to the other regions of the world. 33%. Western and Southern Europe. Central and Southeastern Europe. Flows, detected victims in destination countries. 56%. Share of victims from Central and Southeastern Europe detected at destinations. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Map 9 share of victims detected in Central and Southeastern Europe, by major areas of origin. 2016, or most recent. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Central and Southeastern Europe, South Asia, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. Domestic, within countries, 47%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 9%. North Africa and the Middle East, 39%. 56%. Fig. 69 trend in the number of countries in Central and Southeastern Europe. Introducing a specific offense on trafficking in persons, December 2003 August 2012. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. 12. 16. 17. 51. 0. 2. 4. 6. 8. 10. 12. 14. 16. 18. December 03 November 08 August 12. Most /all forms no or partial offense. Map 10 destinations for trafficking flows. From Central and Southeastern Europe, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. GLOTiP _2018_book.inp 59 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 23 seconds. 60. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Eastern Europe and Central Asia 13. Profile of the victims. The majority of the victims detected in Eastern Europe and Central Asia are adults, and both sub-regions reported more women victims than men. However, compared to other areas, Eastern Europe and Central Asia reports are 13. This sub-region comprises Eastern Europe, including South Caucasus, and Central Asia. Eastern Europe consists of Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Georgia, Republic of Moldova, Russian Federation and Ukraine, whereas Central Asia includes Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. Fig. 70 sub-regions by their average trafficking in persons conviction rates, horizontal axis, and victims detection rate, vertical axis, in 2016, or most recent. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. No information. 1. 3. 7 11 to 50 convictions. More than 50 convictions. 3 1 to 10 convictions. 49% 31%. 16% 4%. Eastern Europe and South Caucasus. South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. The Americas. Africa and the Middle East. Western and Southern Europe. Central and Southeastern Europe. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. 0, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1, 1.2, 1.4, 1.6, 1.8, 0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6. Number of VIC-MS detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. Larger share of victims who are men, 31%. Some countries, Armenia and Republic of Moldova, report more men than women among the detected victims. In Central Asia, the share of victims who are men is only marginally smaller than the share of women. In this sub-region, adults account for 92% of all detected victims. Across the sub-region, the share of detected child trafficking remains minimal compared to other parts of the world. Regarding the sex of the detected child victims, the countries in Central Asia reported more victims who were boys than girls. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, the fig. 71 number of countries in Central and Southeastern Europe, by number of trafficking convictions, 2014 to 2017. 1 year within the period. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 72 share of detected victims of trafficking in Eastern Europe and South Caucasus, by age group and sex, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Asterisk based on information on the sex and age of some 631 victims of trafficking in persons detected in 7 countries in Eastern Europe and South Caucasus. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 60 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 23 seconds. 61. Eastern Europe and Central Asia 2. Number of detected victims who were girls was much higher than that of boys. Compared to the profile of the victims detected in 2014, there has been a reduction in the number and share of detected victims who are men in Uzbekistan. Data for 2017 also confirm this trend. In Eastern Europe, there has been a slight increase in the share of detected girl victims, in parallel with a decreasing share of women. This might indicate that the average age of the detected victims who are trafficked for sexual exploitation in Eastern Europe is decreasing. Forms of exploitation. Most of the detected victims in Eastern Europe and South Caucasus were trafficked for sexual exploitation, while about 1/3 were trafficked for forced labor. This is Fig. 73 share of detected victims of trafficking in Central Asia, by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Asterisk based on information on the sex and age of 963 victims of trafficking in persons detected in 3 countries in Central Asia. 49%, 43%, 3%, 5%. Central Asia. A larger share than in Western and Central Europe, but smaller than in Central Asia and South Asia. Other forms of trafficking detected in this sub-region included mainly trafficking for forced begging and for forced criminal activities, and to a lesser extent trafficking for mixed exploitation. On the basis of information from 3 countries in this subregion, Belarus, Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine, most of the victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation are women, with girls detected to a lesser extent. Females made up nearly all, 97%, the detected victims of this form of trafficking. Fig. 74 share of forms of exploitation among detected victims of trafficking in East Europe and South Caucasus, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. * based on information on the forms of exploitation for 599 detected victims in 6 countries in Eastern Europe and South Caucasus. Trafficking for other purposes: 55%, 11%, 33%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Eastern Europe. Fig. 75 share of detected victims of traffic in for sexual exploitation, by age group and sex, in Eastern Europe. 2016, or most recent. 3 countries, N equals 281 victims. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 76 share of detected victims of traffic in for forced labor, by age group and sex, in Eastern Europe, 2016. Or most recent. 3 countries, N equals 176 victims. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. 20% 76%. 1% 3%. Eastern Europe. 65%. 32% 3%. Eastern Europe. 0%. GLOTiP _2018 _book.inp 61 December 2018 1949 and 23 seconds. 62. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Nearly all the victims of trafficking for forced labor are also adults, with a far larger share of men, 76%, than women. Central Asian countries report a higher level of trafficking for forced labor than the rest of the sub-region. Trafficking for sexual exploitation and for forced labor are near equally detected, ranging around 45 to 48% of the more than 900 victims reported in this sub-region in 2016. Information on the profile of the victims by form of exploitation is scarce. Profile of the offenders. Unlike most other sub-regions, countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia reported almost equal numbers of males and females prosecuted for trafficking in persons and larger numbers of females convicted. During the report in period, 86 males and 85 females were prosecuted for trafficking in persons and related crimes. At the same time, 35 males and 46 females were convicted. This ratio is in line with data from previous years. Countries in Central Asia tend to report more women charged with trafficking offenses, while in Eastern Europe and South Caucasus there are more males. In detail, Armenia, Azerbaijan and Belarus reported higher numbers of convicted males. The Rest of the sub-region recorded more convicted female traffickers than males. 8 countries in the sub-region reported the citizenship of 623 people convicted of trafficking in 2016. Nearly all of them, 98%, were citizens of the country of conviction, while the rest were from other countries within the sub-region. Fig. 77 share of detected victims of trafficking in Central Asia, by form of exploitation, 2016, or most recent. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Based on information on the forms of exploitation for 754 detected victims in 4 countries in Central Asia. Fig. 78 share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 6 countries, N equals 81. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 79 share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 7 countries, N equals 171. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 80 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 8 countries, N equals 98. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. 57% 43%. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. 50% 50%. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. 58% 42%. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Trafficking for other purposes. 48%. 7%. 45%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Central Asia. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 62 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 24 seconds. 63. Eastern Europe and Central Asia 2. Trafficking flows affecting Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Eastern Europe and Central Asia is a sub-region of origin for victims of trafficking. While most of the detected trafficking remains within the sub-region, victims from this part of the world have also been detected in or repatriated from other regions, such as Western and Central Europe, but also from the Middle East and East Asia. The latter 2 areas mainly detect victims from Central Asia. Victims from Ukraine have been more frequently detected in Western and Central Europe than in the past. Looking at detected trafficking within the sub-region, the most affluent countries Kazakhstan and the Russian Federation are mainly destination countries. The latter attracts victims from other Eastern European countries. Kazakhstan is a destination for victims trafficked from other Central Asian countries. A very limited number of victims from other regions have been detected in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, indicating that these flows remain limited. Criminalizing trafficking in persons. Countries of Eastern Europe and Central Asia have all introduced a specific offense of trafficking in persons in line with the United Nations Trafficking in Persons Protocol by August 2012. 6 of them introduced such an Offense already in the process of ratification of the Protocol, and 5 right after its entry into force. Despite detecting less victims per capita compared to the neighboring sub-region, countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia record higher conviction rates compared to Western European countries, and above all the other regions of the world. One explanation could be the existence of a long-standing anti-trafficking legislation. Fig. 81 share of trafficking victims detected in Eastern Europe and Central Asia * by area of citizenship, 2016, or most recent. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. * based on information on the forms of exploitation for 422 detected victims in 10 countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Domestic victims: 23%, 76%. Central Asia. Cross-border: 1%. Eastern Europe and South Caucasus. Cross-border: Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Map 11 destinations for trafficking flows from Eastern Europe and Central Asia. 2016, or most recent. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. Flows: victims repatriated from destination countries. Western and Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, 99%. The Middle East, East Asia, and the Pacific, Central and Southeastern Europe, 39%. Share of victims from Eastern Europe and Central Asia detected at destinations. Fig. 82 trend of countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia introducing a specific offense on trafficking in persons, December 2003 August 2012. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. 6. 11. 12. 6. 1. 0. 2. 4. 6. 8. 10. 12. December 03 November 08 August 12. Most / all forms no or partial offense. GLOTiP _2018 book.in 63 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 24 seconds. 64. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Most countries in the region recorded numbers of convictions between 11 and 50 or above in any of the years considered, 2014 to 2017. South Asia 14. Profile of the victims. Based on the limited information available for Bangladesh, Maldives, Nepal and Pakistan, female victims in this sub-region account for 59% of the total detected vic. 14. This sub-region includes Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. TIMS. Detections of boys are limited. Overall, almost equal proportions of men, women and children is detected. Among the detected trafficking victims in 2016, 37% are men. Nepal reports more child victims than adults. Forms of exploitation. There is scarce information on the forms of exploitation for trafficking cases detected in South Asia. Only a few countries, Bangladesh, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, reported about forms of exploitation. Based on this scarce information, it appears that trafficking for sexual exploitation and trafficking for forced labor are nearly equally detected in the sub-region. No information. 1. 3. 7 11 to 50 convictions. More than 50 convictions. 3 1 to 10 convictions. Fig. 83 sub-regions by their average trafficking in persons conviction rates, horizontal axis, and victims detection rate, vertical axis, in 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. 32%, 37%, 27%, 4%. South Asia, Western and Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. The Americas. 0. 0.2. 0.4. 0.6. 0.8. 1. 1.2. 1.4. 1.6. 1.8. 0 0.1 0.2 0.3 0.4 0.5 0.6. Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. Central and Southeastern Europe, Africa and the Middle East. Fig. 84 Number of countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, by number of trafficking convictions, 2014 to 2017. 1 year within the period. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 85 Share of detected victims of traffic in South Asia * by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. * based on information on the age and sex profile of 1,099 victims of trafficking detected in 4 countries. GLOTiP _2018 book.in 64 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 24 seconds. 65. South Asia 2. Fig. 88 Share of persons arrested for trafficking in persons in Nepal, 2016. And Sri Lanka, 2017. By sex. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Profile of the offenders. There is no available information regarding the sex profiles of the people prosecuted or convicted of trafficking in South Asia. The only information available relates to some 450 people who were arrested for trafficking in persons in Nepal in 2016 and in Sri Lanka in 2017. About 80% were males. There was no information regarding their citizenships. Trafficking flows affecting South Asia. Information on trafficking flows into South Asia is drawn from data for 3 countries, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. South Asian countries mainly detect victims who Fig. 86 share of detected victims of trafficking in South Asia by form of exploitation, 2016, or most recent. Source: Honored collaboration of national data. Based on information on the forms of exploitation for 641 victims of trafficking detected in 4 countries. Trafficking for other purposes: 50%, 1%, 49%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. South Asia: 21%, 79%. South Asia: Fig. 87 share of trafficking victims detected in South Asia by area of citizenship. 2016, or most recent. Source: Honored collaboration of national data. Domestic victims: 5%. 94%. South Asia: 1%. East Africa: 23%. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. South Asia: 99%. North Africa and the Middle East. North America, Western and Southern Europe, East Asia, and the Pacific. Share of victims from South Asia detected at destinations. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Map 12 Destinations for trafficking flows from South Asia, 2016, or most recent. Source: Honored collaboration of national data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. GLOTiP_2018_book.inb 65 17 December 2018 1949 and 25 seconds. 66. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Are citizens of their own countries. When foreign victims are detected, they are mainly from countries within the same sub-region as an origin area for trafficking to the rest of the world. Victims from South Asia have been detected in more than 40 countries around the world. The main destinations appear to be the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council in the Middle East. To a lesser extent, victims from South Asia have been detected in Western and Southern Europe and in North America. Victims from South Asia, Bangladesh and India, have also been detected in South East Asia. Fig. 89 Trend in number of countries in South Asia introducing a specific offense on trafficking in persons, December 2003 August 2018. Source: Honored collaboration of national data. Fig. 90 Number of countries in South Asia by number of trafficking convictions. 2014 to 2017, 1 year within the period. Source: Honored collaboration of national data. 4. 5. 7 7. 8 8. 4. 3. 1 1. 0. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. December 03 November 08 August 12 August 14 August 16 August 18 Most / all forms no or partial offense. No information. 1. 3. 1 to 10 convictions. More than 50 convictions. 1 no convictions. Recorded. Criminalizing trafficking in persons. Most South Asian countries introduced the specific offense of trafficking in persons in line with the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol definition after December 2003, when the protocol entered into force. For many of these countries, the anti-trafficking legislative framework is fairly recent. In the countries where information was available, GNA few convictions were recorded. In relation to the country's populations, the level of criminal justice response appears to be limited. In 2016, countries in South Asia, Fig. 91 sub-regions by their average trafficking in persons conviction rates, horizontal axis, and victims detection rate, vertical axis, in 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. Africa and the Middle East. The Americas. 0. 0.2. 0.4. 0.6. 0.8. 1. 1.2. 1.4. 0.05 0.10 0.15 0.20 0.25 0.30 0.35 0.4. Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. South Asia, East Asia and the Pacific, Europe, and Central Asia. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 66 17 December 2018 19:49 and 25 seconds. 67. East Asia and the Pacific too reported lower conviction rates compared to many world regions, and only higher than those recorded in sub-Saharan Africa. The conviction rates recorded in South Asia are lower than those recorded in East Asian countries, and lower than those recorded in North Africa and the Middle East. East Asia and the Pacific. 15. Profile of the victims. In 2016, males accounted for 33% of the detected victims of trafficking in East Asia and the Pacific. Japan, Malaysia, Mongolia, Myanmar, Philippines, and Singapore reported majorities of women among the detected victims. Conversely, in Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, New Zealand, Thailand, and Timor-Leste, there were more men. In the countries of the Mekong area, more child victims, especially girls, were detected. Compared to 2014, more men were recorded among the detected trafficking victims in this sub-region. Forms of exploitation. Countries in East Asia and the Pacific detect large numbers of victims who were trafficked for the purpose of sexual exploitation as well as for forced labor. About 60% of the victims detected in 2016, or most recent, were trafficked for sexual exploitation, and 38% for forced labor. This is quite stable compared to the 15. This sub-region is comprised of 17 countries, namely, Australia, Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Japan, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Mongolia, Myanmar, New Zealand, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam. Previous reporting period, with a slight increase in trafficking for forced labor, which is likely due to reporting by different countries during the two periods. With regard to trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation, females continue to be the largest group by far, with slightly more girls detected than women. Trafficking for forced labor is also commonly detected. Malaysia, New Zealand and Thailand detected more victims for this form of exploitation than for sexual exploitation. Most of the victims of trafficking for forced labor were men, although boys and females, more women than girls, were also detected. With regard to other forms of exploitation in this sub-region, overall, there was an increase in the number of detected victims of trafficking for forced begging. Profile of the offenders. 16. Large shares of female offenders continue to be reported by countries in East Asia and the Pacific. While there seems to have been a slight decrease in the share of offenders who are female, it nonetheless continues to be one of the largest shares globally. Myanmar and Thailand reported particularly high numbers of females prosecuted and convicted of trafficking in persons. The vast majority of the convicted traffickers are citizens of the country of conviction. Some 15% are foreigners, mainly from other countries in the sub-region. 16 investigations, 1,236 persons investigated in 6 countries, prosecutions, 1,853 persons prosecuted in 10 countries, convictions, 520 persons convicted in 10 countries. Fig. 92 share of detected victims of trafficking in East Asia and the Pacific, by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. * based on information on the sex and age of 5,663 victims detected in 15 countries and territories. 48% 29%. 19% 4%. East Asia and Pacific. Fig. 93 share of detected victims of trafficking in East Asia and the Pacific by form of exploitation, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. * based on information on the sex and age of 3,593 victims detected in 18 countries and territories. Trafficking for other purposes. 60%. 2%. 38%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. East Asia and Pacific. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 67 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 25 seconds. 68. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Fig. 94 share of detected victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation in East Asia and the Pacific, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 6 countries, N equals 609 victims. Source: UNID collaboration of national data. Fig. 95 share of detected victims of trafficking ing for forced labor in East Asia and the Pacific, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 6 countries, N equals 608 victims. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. 9% 72%. 5% 14%. East Asia and Pacific. 48% 0%. 50% 2%. East Asia and Pacific. Fig. 96 share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in East Asia and the Pacific, by sex, 2016. Or most recent. 6 countries, N equals 1,236. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. Fig. 97 share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in East Asia and the Pacific, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 10 countries, N equals 1,853. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. 38% 62%. East Asia and Pacific. 46% 54%. East Asia and Pacific. Fig. 98 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in East Asia and the Pacific, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 10 countries, N equals 520. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. 48% 52%. East Asia and Pacific. Fig. 99 shares of traffickers convicted in East Asia and the Pacific, by area of citizenship, 2016, or most recent. Source, UNOD collaboration of national data. National offenders. 15%. 85%. Foreigners, East Asia and the Pacific. East Asia and Pacific. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 68 17th of December 2018 1949 and 26 seconds. 69. East Asia and the Pacific 2. Trafficking flows affecting East Asia and the Pacific. Victims from East Asia and the Pacific have been detected in or repatriated from more than 60 countries across all subregions. Both the diversity of the flows and the number of victims detected indicate that trafficking from East Asia is of a global dimension. The flows from countries in Southeast Asia to North America, the Middle East, and Western and Central Europe are particularly relevant. The most significant flows affecting this subregion are those to destinations in East Asia and the Pacific. The most affluent countries are generally destinations for victims trafficked from neighboring countries. For example, Malaysia is a destination for victims trafficked from Indonesia and the Philippines, and Thailand is a destination for victims trafficked from Cambodia, the Lao People's Democratic Republic, Myanmar and Vietnam. Australia and Japan report detecting victims of domestic trafficking, as well as subregional trafficking from Southeast Asia. As far as transregional flows into these countries are concerned, a trafficking flow is recorded from Bangladesh to Southeast Asia. Moreover, repatriation data indicate a trafficking flow from Eastern Europe to Southeast Asia. Criminalizing trafficking in persons. Most of the countries in East Asia and the Pacific introduced the specific offense of trafficking in persons according into the UN definition right after the entry into force of the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol. 9 countries introduced a specific offense on trafficking in persons over the last 10 years. 2 countries have a trafficking in persons offense only criminalizing some aspects of the crime. Most countries recorded more than 50 convictions in at least one of the years considered. Map 13 Destinations for trafficking flows from East Asia and the Pacific, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. 6%, 9%, Western and Southern Europe, East Asia, and the Pacific. 97%, North Africa and the Middle East. Sub-Saharan Africa, 8%, North America. Share of victims from East Asia and the Pacific detected at destinations. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Fig. 100 Share of victims of trafficking detected in East Asia and the Pacific * by area of citizenship. 2016, or most recent. Source: UNOD Collaboration of National Data. * based on information on the sex and age of 3,593 victims detected in 18 countries and territories. Domestic victims: 2%, 39%, South Asia, 58%, East Asia and the Pacific. East Asia and Pacific. GLOTiP _2018_book.inb 69 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 26 seconds. 70. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. 2014 to 2017. However, the average conviction rate recorded in the East Asian countries considered for this analysis is lower than many regions in the world. The number of convictions per 100,000 is higher than sub-Saharan Africa, but slightly lower than in North Africa and the Middle East, despite detecting more victims. Countries in East Asia detect far fewer victims per capita than countries in Europe and the Americas, despite East Asian victims representing the largest share of victims trafficked across borders in 2016. North and Central America and the Caribbean 17. Profile of the victims. In Central America and the Caribbean, most of the detected victims in 2016 were girls. Together with women, they bring the share of females among detected trafficking victims to 80% in this sub-region. 17. This includes 2 sub-regions, North America, encompassing Canada, Mexico and the United States of America, and Central America and the Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Grenada, Guatemala, Honduras, Jamaica, Panama, Trinidad and Tobago. 3. 18. 23. 24. 26. 27. 26. 11. 65 32 0 5 10 15 20 25 December 03 November 08 August 12 August 14 August 16 August 18 Most / all forms no or partial offense. Africa and the Middle East, Europe and Central Asia, the Americas, South Asia, 0, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1, 1.2, 1.4, 0 0.05 0.10 0.15 0.20 0.25 0.30 0.35 0.4 Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. East Asia and the Pacific. No information. 8. 2. 211 to 50 convictions. More than 50 convictions. 5 1 to 10 convictions. Fig. 101 Trend in number of countries in East Asia and the Pacific introducing a specific offense on trafficking in persons, December 2003 August 2018. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 102 Number of countries in East Asia and the Pacific, by number of trafficking convictions, 2014 to 2017. 1 year within the period. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 103 Subregions by their average trafficking in persons conviction rates, horizontal axis, and victims detection rate, vertical axis, in 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. GLOTiP _2018 _book.in 17 December 2018 1949 and 26 seconds. 71. North and Central America and the Caribbean 2. In Central America and the Caribbean in 2016 were trafficked for sexual exploitation, 87%. Most were females, with women and girls reported in near equal shares. The few detected victims who were trafficked for forced labor were mainly adults, with men and women detected in similar shares. Children were also trafficked for the purpose of forced begging, for forced criminal activities, and for some forms of illegal adoption. In North America, more than 70% of the victims detected in 2016 were trafficked for sexual exploitation. The majority of them were women, with underage girls accounting for 25% of the victims trafficked for sexual exploitation. About a quarter of the victims detected in North America were trafficked for forced labor, most. Moreover, the share of children, girls and boys was 66% in 2016, which is among the largest shares of child victims of trafficking recorded worldwide. In terms of trends, the profile of the victims for the report in period is very similar to that reported for the 2012-2014 period. There were no significant changes. The share of detected victims who are men have substantially declined. This trend is valid for all three reporting countries. Forms of exploitation. In both North and Central America and the Caribbean, sexual exploitation was the most commonly reported form of trafficking. The vast majority of the victims detected. Fig. 104 share of detected victims of trafficking in Central America and the Caribbean. By age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source, honored collaboration of national data. Based on data on sex and age of 968 victims detected in 11 countries. In Central America and the Caribbean, 25% 9%, 55% 11%. Central America and Caribbean. Fig. 105 share of detected victims of trafficking in North America by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source, honored collaboration of national data. Based on data on sex and age of 6,694 victims detected in 3 countries in North America. Fig. 106 share of detected victims of trafficking in Central America and the Caribbean, by form of exploitation. 2016, or most recent. Source, honored collaboration of national data. 65% 13%. 20% 2%. North America. Trafficking for other purposes. 87%. 8%. 5%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Central America and the Caribbean. Fig. 107 share of detected victims of trafficking in North America, by form of exploitation, 2016, or most recent. Source, honored collaboration of national data. Trafficking for other purposes. 71%. 5%. 24%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. North America. GLOTiP _2018_book.in 71 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 27 seconds. 72. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Of them males, with men accounting for more than half of these victims. In North America, victims are also trafficked for mixed forms of exploitation, sexual and forced labor, and also for forced criminal activity. Compared to the profiles recorded in 2014, both sub-regions recorded increases in the shares of detected victims who were trafficked for sexual exploitation. While in 2014, these victims comprised some 55% of the total. In 2016, they accounted for some 3/4. Profile of the offenders. Countries in Central America and the Caribbean continue to report large shares of female offenders, particularly in Central America. The share of females among those prosecuted for trafficking in this sub-region was around 36% in 2016, 7 countries, while the share of females convicted was some 58%, 5 countries. Honduras convicted twice as many females as males. In North America, Mexico and Canada reported information on the sex of people going through criminal justice. Fig. 108 share of detected victims of trafficking for sexual exploitation in Central America and the Caribbean, by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source: Honored Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 109 share of detected victims of trafficking for forced labor in North America, by age group and sex, 2016. Or most recent. Source: Honored Collaboration of National Data. 44% 15%. 40% 1%. Central America and Caribbean. 18% 56%. 12% 14%. North America. System procedures for trafficking in persons, the majority of whom continue to be males. For 2016, in Mexico, 438 males and 166 females were prosecuted, while 150 males and 74 females were convicted. For the same year, in 26% 74%. Fig. 110 share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons, Mexico and Canada, by sex, 2016, or most recent. Source: Honored Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 111 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons, Mexico and Canada, by sex, 2016, or most recent. Source: Honored Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 112 share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in Central America and the Caribbean, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 8 countries, N equals 324. Source: Honored Collaboration of National Data. 56% 44%. 33% 67%. GLOTiP _2018_book.inb 72 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 27 seconds. 73. North and Central America and the Caribbean. 2. Central America and the Caribbean indicate that 90% of the 62 traffickers convicted there in 2016 were citizens of the country of conviction, with the remaining 10% coming from other countries in the region. Trafficking flows affecting North America. Although North America is a significant destination for both intraregional and transregional trafficking flows, most of the detected victims were citizens of the country where they were detected. United States of America. Fig. 114 share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in Central America and the Caribbean, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 7 countries, N equals 100. Source: Honored Collaboration of National Data. 36% 64%. Fig. 113 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in Central America and the Caribbean, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 5 countries, N equals 33. Source: Honored Collaboration of National Data. 58% 42%. Canada, the overall picture was similar, with 89 males and 24 females prosecuted and 5 males and 3 females convicted of trafficking in persons and related crimes. In 4 Information on persons investigated or arrested for trafficking was only available for Canada, where some 20% of those investigated were females in 2016. Information regarding the citizenships of persons convicted of trafficking was not available for the United States of America. Data from Mexico and Canada indicate that the vast majority of the traffickers are citizens of the country of conviction. The same data from 6 countries in Map 14 Origins of Trafficking Victims Detected in North America, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. 76%, 8%, 9%, East Asia, and the Pacific. South Asia. Domestic, within countries, 68%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 8%. North Africa and the Middle East. North America. South America. Central America. And the Caribbean. Europe. And Central Asia. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. GLOTiP_2018_book.inb 73 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 27 seconds. 74. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018 reports a large share of own nationals as trafficking victims. Since the United States reports a large number of detected victims, this affects the global aggregated picture. But trafficking of own nationals is also frequently detected in the other 2 countries of this sub-region, Canada and Mexico. In terms of transnational trafficking, North America is a destination for significant flows from countries in Central America and the Caribbean. These flows are mainly directed to the United States and Mexico. Victims from Central America and the Caribbean accounted for some 9% of the detected trafficking flows in North America in 2016. Cross-border trafficking flows within North America comprise some 8% of the total, mainly referring to the flow from Mexico to the United States. North America is also the destination for one significant transregional trafficking flow, where victims are trafficked across vast distances. This flow originates in East Asia and is mainly directed to the United States, making up some 8% of the detected trafficking flows in North America in 2016. The key origin countries are in Southeast Asia, including Thailand and the Philippines, but also other Asian countries on a smaller scale. Trafficking victims detected in North America also originate from a wide variety of countries in Africa, Europe, South Asia, and South America. Victims of 96 different citizenships have been detected in this sub-region. However, these flows seem to be less intense than those originating from East Asia and within the sub-region. Countries in North America have been detecting increase in shares of domestic victims compared to past years. As a consequence, the proportions of other flows have reduced. However, in comparative terms, the other three flows discussed above, originating in Central America, Mexico, and East Asia, remain significant over the years. Trafficking flows affecting Central America and the Caribbean. Central America and the Caribbean are affected by cross-border trafficking flows. These flows mainly move from south to north, from the relatively poorer towards relatively richer countries across the border. Victims from the northern part of Central America are trafficked to Mexico and the United States. At the same time, victims from the northern parts of South America are trafficked to the southern countries of Central America. Overall, however, Fig. 115 trends in share of trafficking victims detected in North America, by area of citizenship, 2014 and 2016. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. 47%, 68%, 16%, 8%, 12%, 9%, 16%, 8%, 9%, 7%, 0%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. 2014, 2016. Other regions: East Asia and the Pacific, Central America and the Caribbean, North America, cross-border. Domestic victims. Map 15 destinations for trafficking flows from Central America and the Caribbean, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Flows: detected victims in destination countries: Central America and the Caribbean, 75%, 7%. South America, 9%. North America. Share of victims from Central America and the Caribbean detected at destinations. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. GLOTiP_2018_book.in 74 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 28 seconds. 75. North and Central America and the Caribbean too. The trafficking flows affecting Central America and the Caribbean seem to be mainly confined to the Americas, both in terms of their origin and destination. As an area of origin of trafficking flows, victims from Central America and the Caribbean have been detected in or repatriated from 27 countries. Over the 2014 to 2017 period, victims from El Salvador, Guatemala and Honduras were detected in or repatriated from North America, mainly the United States and Mexico, whereas victims from the Caribbean were detected in South America, mainly in Argentina and Uruguay. Countries in Central America and the Caribbean are also destinations for victims who are trafficked from South America. For example, victims from Colombia and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela have been detected in or repatriated from Panama, the Dominican Republic and other islands in the Caribbean. As in other parts of the world, many of the detected victims are domestically trafficked. Moreover, many of the detected trafficking flows occur within Central America and the Caribbean, with flows often connecting neighboring countries. Criminalizing trafficking in persons. The vast majority of the countries of Central America and the Caribbean, and all three countries in North America, have an offense of trafficking in persons which follows the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol definition. Most of these countries introduced the offense of trafficking in persons between the end of 2008 and August 2012. Most countries recorded between 11 and 50 convictions in any of the years considered, 2014 to 2017. The United States of America and Mexico recorded more than 50 convictions per year. The North American countries record an average conviction rate above the Asian, African, and South American. 75%. 25%. Flows, detected victims in destination countries. Flows, less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. Domestic, within countries, 70%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 5%. Central America and the Caribbean. South America. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. No information. 2. 3. 5 11 to 50 convictions. More than 50 convictions. 3. 1. 1 to 10 convictions. No convictions recorded. 2. 9. 17. 18. 19. 19. 18. 11. 3. 2 1 1. 0. 2. 4. 6. 8. 10. 12. 14. 16. 18. 20. December 03 November 08 August 12 August 14 August 16 August 18. Most / all forms no or partial offense. Fig. 116 Trend of countries in North America, Central America and the Caribbean. Introducing a specific offense on trafficking in persons, December 2003 August 2018. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 117 Number of countries in North America, Central America and the Caribbean, by number of trafficking convictions, 2014 to 2017, 1 year. Within the period. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Map 16 Origins of trafficking victims detected in Central America and the Caribbean. 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. GLOTiP_2018_book.inb 75 17 December 2018 1949 and 28 seconds. 76. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Rates. However, the conviction rate is lower compared to European standards. Countries in Central America tend to detect high numbers of victims per 100,000 people, higher than all other regions of the world. High values are also recorded in North America. Such high numbers may reflect, for instance, better capacity by national institutions to identify victims, or lower thresholds to define someone as a victim of trafficking in persons. The United States, for instance, reports and assists not only confirmed, but also potential victims of trafficking. South America 18. Profile of the victims. In this sub-region, the vast majority of the detected victims of trafficking are females, making up more than 80% of the total in 2016, while women comprise a slim overall majority of the detected victims, 51%. There is also a significant share of detected child victims, 37%. Girls are detected far more frequently than boys. The Andean countries report particularly large shares of child trafficking. In the plurinational state of Bolivia and Peru, more child victims were detected than adults. In Ecuador, children account for just under half of the detected trafficking victims. 18. This sub-region includes Argentina, Bolivia, plurinational state of Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela, Bolivarian Republic of countries in the southern cone of South America, including Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay report large shares of women among the detected victims, above 60%. The same is true for Colombia and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, where women represent the vast majority of detected victims. Compared to the 2012-2014 reporting period, the profiles of victims detected in South America appear to be stable forms of exploitation. In line with results from the last reporting period, the majority of detected victims in South America were trafficked for sexual exploitation. In 2016, these victims accounted for around 58% of the total. Fig. 118 sub-regions by their average trafficking in persons conviction rates, horizontal axis, and victims detection rate, vertical axis, in 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Africa and the Middle East, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific, South America, Central America and the Caribbean, North America. 0, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1, 1.2, 1.4, 1.6, 1.8, 0, 0.05, 0.10, 0.15, 0.2, 0.25, 0.3, 0.35, 0.4. Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. Europe and Central Asia. Fig. 119 share of detected victims of trafficking in South America, by age group and sex, 2016. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Asterisk based on data on sex and age of 2,949 victims detected in 9 countries in South America. 51% 12%. 31% 6%. South America. GLOTiP _2018 _book.in 76 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 28 seconds. 77. South America 2. Data from 8 countries reporting this information in the subregion show that the overwhelming majority, 96%, of victims trafficked for sexual exploitation were females, with more women than girls. The second most commonly reported form was trafficking for the purpose of forced labor. This form affected all groups of victims: women, men, girls and boys, in broadly similar numbers. Argentina and Paraguay reported particularly large shares of victims who had been trafficked for this purpose, about 50% in both countries, with the plurinational state of Bolivia and Peru reporting that about 30% of the victims detected had been trafficked for forced labor. Data from 8 countries reporting this information in this subregion show that, compared to other subregions, the share of female victims who were trafficked for forced labor in 2016 was large. About half of the detected victims of this form for trafficking were females, near equally split between women and girls. The other forms of exploitation detected in this subregion include illegal adoption and forced begging. In particular, the plurinational state of Bolivia reported about 170 detected victims of trafficking for the purpose of illegal adoption between 2014 and 2017. Profile of the offenders: 19. Most trafficking offenders in South America continue to be men. Around 2/3 of those investigated or arrested, prosecuted or convicted of trafficking in 2016 were men, with only minor variations across the different stages of the criminal justice process. 19 investigations, 1,255 persons investigated in 5 countries, prosecutions, 611 persons prosecuted in 7 countries, convictions, 150 persons convicted in 7 countries. Fig. 120 share of detected victims of trafficking in South America * by forms of exploitation, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. * based on data on forms of exploitation of 1,796 victims detected in 9 countries in South America. Trafficking for other purposes: 58%, 10%, 32%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Central America and the Caribbean. Fig. 121 share of detected victims of trafficking for forced labor in South America, by sex and age, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. 26% 33%. 24% 17%. South America. Fig. 122 share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in South America, by sex, 2016. Or most recent. 5 countries, N equals 1,255. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 123 share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in South America, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 7 countries, N equals 611. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. 31% 69%. 31% 69%. GLOTiP _2018 77 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 28 seconds. 78. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Fig. 124 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in South America, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 7 countries, N equals 150. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Overall, Argentina reported the highest numbers of prosecutition and convictions as well as the largest shares of females among those prosecuted and convicted. Paraguay reported having convicted more females than males of trafficking. Data on the citizenships of convicted trafficking offenders show that most are citizens of the country where they were convicted. More than 80% of those convicted in the first court instance in 7 South American countries were citizens of the countries of conviction, while 16% were foreigners, mainly from other countries within the sub-region. 37% 63%. Trafficking flows affecting South America. During the period between 2014 and 2017, victims from South America were detected in or repatriated from different countries, mainly in other countries in South America, but also countries in Central America and the Caribbean. Victims from the northern part of the continent, such as Colombia and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, were detected in countries in Central America and the Caribbean of relative geographical proximity, such. Fig. 125 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in South America. By area of citizenship, 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. National offenders. 14%. 84%. Foreigners. South America. 1%. 1% other. Central and Southeastern Europe. Central America and the Caribbean. Map 17 Destination for trafficking flows from South America, 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. North America. Flows, detected victims in destination countries. Flows, less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. Flows, victims repatriated from destination countries. Magnitude unknown. South America. Western and Southern Europe. East Asia. And the Pacific. 25%. Central America. And the Caribbean. 92%. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Share of victims from South America detected at destinations. GLOTiP_2018_book.inb 78 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 29 seconds. 79. South America too. As Panama and the Dominican Republic. Some traffic inflows from South America are also directed to other regions of the world, such as to Western and Southern Europe. These flows are, however, less significant than in past years. About 2% of the victims detected in North America come from countries in South America. Victims from this sub-region are also detected in or repatriated from East Asia. South America is also a destination for cross-border trafficking flows within the sub-region. However, within the region there is not a clear pattern of origin and destination countries. For example, victims from Paraguay and the plurinational state of Bolivia are detected in Argentina, while victims from Colombia are detected in Ecuador. Brazil and Chile are also destinations for victims from Bolivia and Peru, among other origins, and Peru is a destination for victims trafficked from neighboring countries. As a consequence, the trafficking flows within South America seem rather complex, but they are also limited in terms of geographical reach, as most are limited to a nearby country. One exception seems to be the trafficking flows originating from the Caribbean, which are mainly, though not exclusively, directed to the countries of the Southern Cone. Criminalizing trafficking in persons. Most South American countries have a specific offensive trafficking in persons following the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol definition. Many countries introduced Fig. 126 trend in the share of the victims detected in Western and Southern Europe who are citizens of South American countries, 2010 to 2016. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. 0%, 2%, 4%, 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%, 14%, 2010, 2012, 2014, 2016. Map 18 Origins of trafficking victims detected in South America, by sub-region, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. 92%. 7%. Domestic, within countries, 77%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 15%. South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Fig. 127 Trend in the number of countries in South America introducing a specific offense on trafficking in persons. December 2003 August 2018. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. December 03, November 08, August 12, August 14, August 16, August 18. Most / all forms no or partial offense. Fig. 128 Number of countries in South America, by number of trafficking convictions, 2014 to 2017, 1 year within the period. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. No information. 6. 1. 3. 11 to 50 convictions. 1. 1 to 10 convictions. No convictions recorded. GLOTiP _2018 79 the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 29 seconds. 80. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Legislation on trafficking in persons between 2004 and the end of 2008. More countries followed over the last 10 years. Most countries recorded between 11 and 50 convictions in at least one of the year considered, 2014 to 2017. Not a single country among those where the criminal justice response was assessed in South America recorded more than 50 convictions. In some other countries no convictions were recorded or no information was available. When the number of convictions is considered in relation with the size of the population, South American countries register conviction rates similar to the Asian average, and less than North and Central American countries or Europe. In addition, compared to the rest of the American continent, South American countries detect less victims per 100,000 people. Sub-Saharan Africa 20. Profile of the victims. Most of the detected trafficking victims in Sub-Saharan Africa continue to be children. More than 50% of 20. This sub-region includes 30 countries, which for analytical purposes can be divided into 3 areas, namely West Africa, Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, East Africa, Djibouti, Kenya, Mauritius, Rwanda, Uganda, and United Republic of Tanzania, and Southern Africa, Angola, Botswana, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia. The victims detected in 2016 were children, in near equal shares of boys and girls. However, analyzing the data by geographical areas shows that child trafficking is far more commonly detected in West Africa than in the rest of Sub-Saharan Africa. East African countries detect larger shares of adults, nearly equally split between men and women. On the other hand, countries in Southern Africa tend to detect more women, as well as men and boys in similar numbers. Girls are rarely detected in East and Southern Africa, whereas in West Africa, they are the most frequently detected. Victim profile. Countries in West Africa tend to detect far more victims than other countries in Sub-Saharan Africa. As accounts. Fig. 129 sub-regions by their average trafficking in persons conviction rates, horizontal axis, and victims detection rate, vertical axis, in 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Africa and the Middle East, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific, Central America and the Caribbean, North America, Europe and Central Asia. 0, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1, 1.2, 1.4, 1.6, 1.8, 0, 0.05, 0.1, 0.15, 0.2, 0.25, 0.3, 0.35, 0.4. Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. South America 29%, 16%, 30%, 25%. Sub-Saharan Africa. Fig. 130 share of detected victims of traffic in Sub-Saharan Africa, by age, group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Asterisk based on data on sex and age of 2,863 victims detected in 26 countries. In Sub-Saharan Africa. GLOTiP_2018_ in Beatty 17 December 2018 19:49 and 30 seconds. 81. Sub-Saharan Africa 2. Quince. Regional analyses regarding the profiles of victims largely reflect data from this sub-region. Forms of exploitation. Most of the victims detected in Sub-Saharan Africa in 2016 were trafficked for forced labor, 63%. Trafficking for sexual exploitation accounted for less than 1/3 of the detected victims. This is similar to findings from previous years. In spite of differing capacities to detect, record, and report victims, the proportions of the different forms of exploitation remain largely the same in West, East and Southern Africa, with a predominance of victims of trafficking for forced labor. Only 4 countries, 2 in West Africa and 2 in East Africa, reported age and sex disaggregated data on victims by forms of trafficking. These countries all reported large shares of victims of trafficking for the purpose of forced labor. Most of these victims were females, especially girls. Nigeria reported a particularly large number of girl victims, whereas Kenya reported many victims who were men. The second largest group of victims was trafficked for the purpose of sexual exploitation, predominantly women. Profile of the offenders 21. In line with the global pattern, most traffickers are male. But compared to other regions, larger shares of female offenders continue to be reported in Sub-Saharan Africa. Most countries reported more male offenders than females. However, Mauritius reported that more females than males were prosecuted. In Côte d'Ivoire, nearly half of all those convicted of trafficking were females. Mean. While in Kenya and South Africa, equal shares of males and females were convicted. Data on the citizenships of the persons convicted of trafficking show that most are citizens of the country where 21 investigations, 743 persons investigated in 10 countries, prosecutions 183 persons prosecuted in 8 countries, convictions 70 persons. Convicted in 7 countries. Fig. 131 numbers of detected victims of trafficking in sub-Saharan Africa, by age group, sex and sub-region, 2016. Or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. * based on data on sex and age on victims detected in 13 countries in West Africa, 6 countries in East Africa, 7 countries in Southern Africa. 0. 200. 400. 600. 800. 1000. 1200. West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa. Men, women, boys, girls. Fig. 132 share of detected victims of trafficking in sub-Saharan Africa, by forms of exploitation, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. * based on data on forms of exploitation of 3,521 victims detected in 22 countries in sub-Sahara Africa. Trafficking for other purposes. 31%. 5%. 63%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Central America and the Caribbean. Fig. 133 number of detected victims of trafficking in sub-Saharan Africa, by forms of exploitation and sub-region. 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. 0. 500. 1000. 1500. 2000. 2500. 3000. 3500. 4000. West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for organ removal. Trafficking for other purposes. GLOTiP_2018_book. In Beatty 1, 17 December 2018, 19:49 and 30 seconds. 82. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. National offenders 84%. Foreigners. Sub-Saharan Africa 15%. 1% South Asia. Fig. 137 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in sub-Saharan Africa. By area of citizenship, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. They were convicted for the more than 180 people who were convicted in 13 different countries in sub-Saharan Africa in 2016. 84% were citizens of these countries, while 16% were foreigners. The foreign traffickers were mainly citizens of other countries in the sub-region. Trafficking flows affecting sub-Saharan Africa. During the reporting period, victims from sub-Saharan Africa were detected in, or repatriated from more than 60 countries within and outside of Africa. This makes sub-Saharan Africa a relevant origin for detected cases of trafficking in persons globally. Victims from West Africa are frequently detected in Western and Southern Europe, comprising some 15% of the victims detected there. Countries in North Africa also report detecting victims from West Africa. In the Middle East, the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council detect victims from both West and East Africa. A less intense flow is directed from sub-Saharan Africa to North America, and repatriation data reveals trafficking flows from different parts of Africa towards East Asia and Eastern Europe. The relevance of these trafficking flows seems to have remained relatively constant since 2010, with some variations according to destination. Detections of victims from sub-Saharan Africa in North Africa and the Middle East have decreased since 2010, while there were increases reported in countries in Western and Southern Europe in 2016. Most of the victims detected in sub-Saharan Africa are citizens of sub-Saharan African countries. Fig. 134 share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in sub-Saharan Africa, by sex, 2016. Or most recent. 10 countries, N equals 743. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 135 share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in sub-Saharan Africa, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 8 countries, N equals 183. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 136 share of persons convicted of trafficking in persons in sub-Saharan Africa, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 7 countries, N equals 70. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. 48%, 52%, 39%, 61%. 37%, 63%. GLOTiP _2018 _book.in 17 December 2018 1949 and 30 seconds. 83. Sub-Saharan Africa 2. Moreover, victims are normally trafficked within the same geographical area. West African countries mainly detect West African victims, trafficked either domestically or from neighboring countries. Trafficking flows in West Africa appear to crisscross the area. There are no specific origin or destination countries that dominate detections. The pattern in East Africa is similar. Countries mainly report victims of domestic trafficking or victims trafficked from neighboring countries. East African countries also detect trafficking victims from neighboring countries in Southern Africa. In Southern Africa, in addition to victims trafficked domestically and from neighboring countries, victims from East Asia and South Asia are also detected. Criminalizing trafficking in persons. Among the countries assessed, 5 countries in sub-Saharan Africa continue to have legislation that criminalizes trafficking in persons only regarding child victims, while 2 countries have no specific offense addressing this crime. Most of the countries introduced a specific offense in line with the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol definition after 2009. Not a single country among those where the criminal justice response was assessed recorded more than 50 convictions in any of the years considered, 2014 to 2017. Most countries recorded some convictions. In some other countries, no convictions were recorded or no information was available. These countries recorded by far the lowest conviction rates. compared to other regions of the world. At the same time, countries in sub-Saharan Africa also record very few VIC. Map 19 Destinations for Trafficking Flows from Sub-Saharan Africa, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Eastern Europe and Central Asia, East Asia and the Pacific, North Africa and the Middle East. Sub-Saharan Africa 20%, Western and Southern Europe 99%, North America 11%. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. Flows: victims repatriated from destination countries. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Share of victims from Sub-Saharan Africa detected at destinations. Fig. 138 shares of victims from countries in Sub-Saharan Africa detected in Western and Southern Europe and in North Africa and the Middle East. 2010 to 2016. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. 0%, 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, 2010, 2012, 2014, 2016. To Western and Southern Europe. To North Africa and the Middle East. GLOTiP _2018 book.in Beatty 3 17th of December 2018 1949 and 30 seconds. 84. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. TIMS per 100,000 people. The limited number of convictions vis-à-vis the variety of destinations and the number of victims originating from these countries show their limited capacity to detect trafficking cases. Map 20 Origins of trafficking victims detected in Sub-Saharan Africa, by sub-region. 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. West Africa. Domestic, within countries, 79%. And within the sub-region. Cross-border, 20%. 99%. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. East Africa. Domestic, within countries, 46%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 44%. Domestic, within countries, 42%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 20%. Southern Africa. West Africa. 90%. 7%, cross-border. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Flows: Detected victims in destination countries. Flows, less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. Southern Africa. Domestic, within countries, 42%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 20%. East Africa. West Africa. 62%. 31%. Note, the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Fig. 140 Number of countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, by number of trafficking convictions, 2014 to 2017, 1 year within the period. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. No information. 6. 8. 11 to 50 convictions. 5. 1 to 10 convictions. No convictions recorded. Fig. 139 Trend in the number of countries in Sub-Saharan Africa introducing a specific offense on trafficking in persons, December 2003 August 2018. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. 2. 11. 24. 29. 33. 36. 41. 32. 19. 14. 10. 7. 0. 5. 10. 15. 20. 25. 30. 35. 40. 45. December 03 November 08 August 12 August 14 August 16 August 18. Most / all forms. No or partial offense. GLOTiP _2018 book.in Beatty for the 17th of December 2018 1949 and 31 seconds. 85. North Africa and the Middle East 2. Fig. 141 sub-regions by their average trafficking in persons conviction rates, horizontal axis, and victims detection rate, vertical axis, in 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID Collaboration of National Data. The Americas, North Africa, and the Middle East. Sub-Saharan Africa. 0. 0.2. 0.4. 0.6. 0.8. 1. 1.2. 1.4. 0.05 0.1 0.15 0.2 0.25 0.3 0.35 0.4. Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. Europe and Central Asia. North Africa and the Middle East 22. Profile of the victims. In this region, adults comprised the vast majority, 86%, of the detected victims in 2016, with slightly more women than men. Relatively few child victims were detected, and contrary to what is reported in many other regions, in this region, boys outnumber girls by some distance. The majority of child victims were detected in North Africa, whereas in the Middle East, including the 22, this sub-region includes 13 countries and comprises North Africa, Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Sudan and Tunisia, and the countries in the Middle East, Bahrain, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Syrian Arab Republic, United Arab Emirates. Fig. 142 share of detected victims of trafficking in North Africa and the Middle East, by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. * based on data on sex and age of 566 victims detected in 11 countries. In North Africa and the Middle East, 46% 40%, 4% 10%. North Africa and Middle East, 32% 24%, 11% 33%. North Africa, 52% 47%, 1% 0%. The Middle East. Fig. 143 share of detected victims of trafficking in North Africa * and in the Middle East * by age group and sex, 2016, or most recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. * based on data on sex and age of 144 victims detected in 4 countries in North Africa. * based on data on sex and age of 422 victims detected in 7 countries in the Middle East. GLOTiP _2018 book.in 85 17 December 2018 1949 and 31 seconds. 86. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council, almost all the detected victims were adults. Forms of exploitation. During the reporting period of 2014 to 2016, trafficking for the purpose of forced labor was more commonly detected than trafficking for sexual exploitation in this sub-region. More than half of the detected victims had been trafficked for forced labor, 36% for sexual exploitation, and some 9% for other forms of exploitation. The detected types of exploitation differ significantly, however, in the different areas. In North Africa, more victims are trafficked for forced begging, for sexual exploitation, and for organ removal. In the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council, 2/3 of the victims are trafficked for forced labor, with the rest trafficked for sexual exploitation. In the other parts of the Middle East, sexual exploitation and forced labor are detected in near equal proportions. Based on information from 5 countries in the sub-region, females comprise most of the victims trafficked for sexual exploitation, and some 1/3 of the victims trafficked for forced labor. Compared to other regions, North Africa and the Middle East reported the largest number of victims trafficked for the purpose of organ removal. Most of these victims were men, and to lesser extent, women. Profile of the offenders. In North Africa and the Middle East, a large majority of the traffickers are men. Data on the sex of persons prosecuted for trafficking were available for 8 countries in the sub-region, covering some 220 persons prosecuted in 2016 2/3, 66%, were men. The sex profiles. Fig. 144 share of detected victims of trafficking in North Africa and the Middle East, by forms of exploitation, 2016. Or most recent. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Asterisk based on data on forms of exploitation of 402 victims detected in 10 countries in North Africa and the Middle East. Trafficking for other purposes. 36%. 9%. 55%. Trafficking for forced labor. Trafficking for sexual exploitation. Fig. 147 share of traffickers convicted in North Africa and the Middle East. By area of citizenship, 2016, or most recent. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. National offenders. 55%. 10%. Foreigners. North Africa and the Middle East. 34%. 1% Sub-Saharan Africa. South and East Asia. Fig. 145 share of persons investigated or arrested for trafficking in persons in North Africa and the Middle East, by sex, 2016, or most recent. 9 countries, N equals 234. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. Fig. 146 share of persons prosecuted for trafficking in persons in North Africa and the Middle East, by sex, 2016. Or most recent. 8 countries, N equals 220. Source, UNID collaboration of national data. 34% 66%. 34% 66%. GLOTiP _2018 _book.in 26 December 2018 1949 and 32 seconds. 87. North Africa and the Middle East 2. Of persons convicted were only available for Kuwait, Oman, and the United Arab Emirates, where the majority of trafficking offenders were men. As for the citizenship profiles of the traffickers, the data show that the vast majority of those convicted of trafficking in this sub-region are foreigners, 90%. Compared to the other areas, this is the largest share of foreign traffickers convicted. Most of the offenders are citizens of other countries in North Africa and the Middle East, or from Asian countries, including Central Asia. Trafficking flows affecting North Africa and the Middle East. In line with the results for the profiles of the victims and the forms of exploitation, the 2 areas that comprise this sub-region are also dissimilar in terms of trafficking flows. North African countries mainly detect domestic trafficking. More than 8 in 10 victims detected in North Africa in 2016 were trafficked domestically. Victims from North Africa are, to some extent, also trafficked to the richer parts of the Middle East and to Western and Southern Europe. Furthermore, West African countries are reporting own citizens trafficked and repatriated from North African countries, especially, but not only, from Libya. In this context, there is a relation between the trafficking flows and the migrant smuggling flows towards North Africa and Southern Europe. Countries in the Gulf Cooperation Council of the Middle East rarely report victims of domestic trafficking. This part of the world is near exclusively a destination for trafficking victims from other regions, mainly from South Asia, but also from East Asia, Eastern Europe, and North Africa. In the rest of the Middle East, the most frequently detected victims are Syrians and citizens of other countries in the sub-region. Victims from Eastern Europe and Africa are also detected in these countries, however. As an origin of trafficking flows, countries in Western and Southern Europe have reported victims from the Middle East. Again mainly Syrians during the reporting period. Map 21 Origins and destinations for trafficking victims detected in North Africa. And from North Africa, 2016, almost recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. North Africa 83%. West Africa domestic, within countries, 82%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 1%. The Gulf Cooperation Council. Western and Southern Europe. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. 17%. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Map 22 Origins of trafficking victims detected in the Middle East, 2016, almost recent. Source: UNID Collaboration of National Data. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. 15%. 62%. 7%. 9%. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. East Asia and the Pacific. South Asia. The Gulf Cooperation Council. North Africa. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. Flows: detected victims in destination countries. Flows: less than 5% of detected victims in destination countries. 16%. 64%. 16%. Domestic, within countries, 1%. And within the sub-region, cross-border, 63%. Eastern Europe and Central Asia. West Africa. East Asia and the Pacific. Other countries in the Middle East. East Africa. Note: the boundaries and names shown and the designations used on this map do not imply official endorsement or acceptance by the United Nations. GLOTiP_2018_book.in BATY7 17th of December 2018 19:49 and 32 seconds. 88. Global Report on Trafficking in Persons 2018. Criminalizing trafficking in persons. Most of the countries in North Africa and the Middle East introduced an offense criminalizing trafficking in persons after the year 2009. As of August 2018, among the 17 countries assessed, only Libya and Yemen do not have legislation criminalizing trafficking in persons. Fig. 149. Number of countries in North Africa and the Middle East, by number of trafficking convictions, 2014 to 2017. 1 year within the period. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Fig. 148. Trend in the number of countries in North Africa and the Middle East. Introducing a specific offense on trafficking in persons, December 2003 August 2018. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. 0. 4. 11. 13. 15. 15. 17. 13. 6. 4. 2. 2. 0. 5. 10. 15. December 03 November 08 August 12 August 14 August 16 August 18. Most / all forms no or par aliens. No information. 1. 2. 5 11 to 50 convictions. More than 50 convictions. 2. 1. 1 to 10 convictions. No convictions recorded. Fig. 150 subregions by their average trafficking in persons conviction rates, horizontal axis, and victims detection rate, vertical axis, in 2016, or most recent. Source: Uned Collaboration of National Data. Europe and Central Asia, South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. The Americas, North Africa and the Middle East. Sub-Saharan Africa. -0.1, 0.1, 0.3, 0.5, 0.7, 0.9, 1.1, 1.3, 1.5, 0.05, 0.10, 0.15, 0.2, 0.25, 0.3, 0.35, 0.4. Number of victims detected per 100,000 people. Number of persons convicted per 100,000 people. The number of convictions recorded in this subregion are generally low. Only one country, the United Arab Emirates, recorded more than 50 convictions in at least 1 year during the period 2014 to 2017. The average number of convictions per 100,000 persons is at the level of North American convictions rates. The number of victims detected per 100,000 persons is, however, the lowest recorded. GLOTiP _2018_book.in Beatty 17 December 2018 19:49 and 33 seconds.